Agent Dark, mission log, 10:28 hours. Against my better judgment, I'm about to enter Area 51. This time, it's not just my life on the line.
Gosh, that's right, it's me. I'm back. I can stream again. It's cool enough to do so. Good God. Yesterday sucked. For anyone who is not in the UK, let me tell you right now, I knew it was going to be hot yesterday, but I did not know that like that kind of extreme heat just kind of means that you just can't do anything. Like I don't think I've ever experienced heat like that and been like so unprepared for it. Like I went to Italy when I was like 23, and that was obviously like, yeah, you know, really, really warm. It was like in the middle of August that we went, and we ended up you know, being prepared for the heat. And obviously you're in Italy, which is a country which is prepared for the heat, so you've got aircon in apartment rooms and stuff like that. And we did spend like I remember when we went to Florence with my partner at the time, we did spend like a day just like in the apartment one time. So you know, yeah, I do remember that, but it was just like, god damn, yesterday just sucked so bad. I really wanted to get to work on my latest video, but I just couldn't. I couldn't do anything yesterday. I followed some advice that I saw. I was watching Left Flank Vet stream on Monday, I think, after we raided him. I was watching Marcus stream, and he was like showing this tweet that someone had said where it was like, advice for Brits and other white people for the intense heat tomorrow from a Filipino baby. Actually, I followed that advice to the T. I just wore like nothing, and if I had to go outside, I wore like this vest. Yes, I know, you should be glad that you're not in smell-o-vision right now, because I've not washed it. Still wearing it today. It's not that bad, to be fair, but you know, wore like a very loose fitting pants and shit like that as well, so that was pretty good. And then just like, you know, wet myself with water every now and then. Like maybe every couple of hours, I was just going into the bathroom and just like getting water on my forehead and on my back of my neck and on my chest and stuff. That was really nice. One stupid thing that I did though was I just ate way too much ice cream. I don't know why. For some reason. Gree, we got a baby.
Greetings, fellow boiling heat enjoyer.
Gree, thank you so much for the 9 months. You have a child together now. Thank you so much for having a baby with me on my stream. How you doing, Gree? What's going on? So, yeah, for some reason, being in the extreme heat and being unable to, like, do anything, I was like, this is just like being ill. So I'm going to do what I do when I'm ill, which is that I just, like, eat a bunch of chocolate. But instead of chocolate, it was ice cream. So I had like 3 flake Cornettos, a white Magnum, and a Feast. Not all at the same time, like throughout the day. But yeah, it really fucked me up. Like, and I just ate like bagels and meat yesterday. That's all I did. And so last night I didn't get a lot of sleep. I had horrific heartburn. Sounds buff. I'm a little jealous. No, you shouldn't be. I had the worst heartburn I've had in a long time. And I couldn't sleep. It was very shit. Yeah, it was too much sugar for me. It was a bad idea. I had palpitations all night. Not good. Not fucking good. So, you know. But listen, there's lots of wonderful, beautiful people in the chat. And I'm going to say hi to everyone because that is the way that I kind of like to start streams. We got Cynthia, we got JMM, we got Quill, we got Cryptid, we got Wintry Mute, aka Joe, we got Beanie Gaby, and we got Shafiq. How you doing, Shafiq? Welcome in. And we got Ralwat, we got Gree, we got, who else do we got that I've not said hi to yet? Oh, I hope I've not missed anybody. Master of the Art, hello. Delicate Friend, Risky Verse. Hello, everybody. How are you all doing? Hope you're doing great. Look at this bag-ass community you got going. I don't know what that means, Cole, but I think you meant badass. I think you meant badass, yeah. When I got home today, I put my white ass in a cold bathtub. Fucking divine. Oh, hell yeah. That's what we want. Bree says our baby is L'Oreal and they're an agender painter who's also a renters union organizer and care provider for the elderly. They, them pronouns. I love that, Gree. I'm so proud of our child. Hello, I've managed to successfully start writing again and now I have too many poems on the go. I want to perform some of them at an art event in a few months. Hell yeah, that's fucking dope. I'm glad that you got your, whatever you back. Whatever you call it. Got your mojo back. Bagasse. That's the new name of the community. Bagasse. I put a bottle of water in the freezer at night before last, wrapped it in a t-shirt and carried it around with me like a baby. That's a really good idea, Shafiq. Also, Odnon, a YouTube content creator, and I think he's a streamer, I'm not sure. He comes in the chat every now and then. He sent me a thing on Twitter, and of course, poor Odnon doesn't actually know that I don't really go on Twitter that much anymore, so I totally missed it. But apparently, if you have like a maiden, you know, like a clothes maiden that you put your washing on, that I do actually have one of those. If you put like cold wet towels, just like soak some towels in some water so that they're wet, and then hang them in front of a fan, that can like lower the temperature of a room by quite a lot. And I was like, oh my god. So I'm gonna I might try that tonight if it gets a little hot in the bedroom, you know. You went out to the pub, you got a few cold pints, you back in for the night. That sounds pretty good. Glad you enjoyed that. Yeah, the sugar crash in the heat. Yeah, it was not good, Beanie Gaby. It was not good. What? I was going to say something else then as well. I completely forgot what it was. Clothes maidenless. Yeah, imagine. Oh, that's it. One thing that I did manage to get done in the heat, and I thought about this because I've been thinking about this a lot recently because I'm becoming a master of reproductive labor, right? I put on some laundry the night before. It is always hot in my bedroom. You're right, well, Raul, what? The night before the extreme heat, I was like, I'm gonna be a smart boy. I'm gonna put some fucking clothes on to dry. I'm gonna do some laundry, and they'll be drying like a day. And fuck, I was right. I was fucking right. I knew it was right, and I was so proud of myself. I'm like, yes, this is fucking adulting. So stupid. But I was really proud of myself. I was like, this is something I need to capitalize on. This warm weather. So yeah, did that a lot. Hey Sorka, what's going on? Hello. You only have a laundry dryer? Damn. Yeah, I'd advise getting a clothes maiden. If you've got like, you know, even if you're in like a small apartment, like clothes maidens can be like pretty useful in hot weather. My mum told me not to run washing machines overnight because they could catch fire. No, that's not what I did. I didn't do that. I think your mum probably means like laundry drying machines. I didn't do that. I just put like a wash on. And also like, I don't know who's putting washing machines on overnight because they only take like an hour. And then if you leave the clothes in for the rest of the 8 hours that you might be asleep, they're just going to end up smelling like wet dog. So I don't know what your mum's on about. Who's putting on washes overnight? Maybe she meant laundry dryers, like dryers, like a washer dryer. You don't have room for dryers in this small capsule. Yeah, some people don't have room for it, and that's fair enough. Yeah. Laundry dryer costs money via electricity. Laundry maiden is free. This is what I'm talking about, Sorka. You know. Sub of Twitch. Yeah, so anyway, I thought I'd start the stream a little bit differently today, chat, because not only was I not here yesterday, but it's very hot for everyone everywhere, so I'm not gonna go ahead and do the news. We're not gonna get depressed today. We've got other depressive things to look at later, but they're less depressing. They're like also funny a little bit. So we're gonna be looking at some stuff later on from like right-wingers, like anti-SJW types. Not your traditional SJW types, like some kind of new stuff that I've seen popping up on my YouTube recommendations, which is like very interesting. It seems to be like the evolution of right-wing content on YouTube. So we're going to check out some of that. It's very small content. It's very short content, so we're not going to be spending too much time on it, but we are going to be looking at that later. Because there's an entertainment value to that as well, right? So we're going to look at that, and that we are... I'm gonna do because I spent most of the day yesterday watching films. One of the main films that I watched yesterday was a really cool film called Mad God by a guy called Phil Tippett, and I'll tell you more about him in a bit when we go into it. Yes, I do just want to update everybody. Ralwa, that's a good point. I'm very, very sorry to have to do this, gang, but I completely forgot that on the 24th, I am actually gonna be away at a festival. So instead of doing movie night on the 24th, we're actually going to do the week after, which is... Oh, it wouldn't have been the 24th anyway. It would have been the 23rd. We're actually going to do the week after, which is the 30th. So we're going to go to the 30th. That's when we're going to do it. So let me just update the movie night command now. If you ever want to know when movie night is for the month that you're in, do the movie night command in the chat, and it has now been updated. So, for example, if you do movie night like that, boom, there you go. 8 p.m. GMT, July the 30th, we're watching Chasseurs du Scan, followed by Labyrinth. So there you go. My mum warned me about heated clothes horses being left on overnight. Oh, like that makes more sense. Yeah, that makes more sense. Like, don't like have like a heater warming up your clothes. That's super dangerous, yeah. Did you find Lord Joshua's side channel where he's a debate bro? Wait, what? What are you talking about, Gree? Is that like a thing? No fucking way. I don't believe it for a second. Right, anyway. Oh, you're joking? Oh my god, I was gonna say, if that's a thing, this stream was about to get stun-locked into oblivion. Because you know I would have spent the whole stream just looking at that. That would have been extremely fucking funny to me. Right, okay. Yeah, me too, Sorka. Can't believe it. Don't get our hopes up like that, Gree. What a tease. What a tease. That would be extremely funny if he was. Hey, Panda, how's it going? Right, so, listen, chat. We're gonna do a little cheeky review of Phil Tippet's Mad God. So, like I said, I watched this yesterday. I thought it would be, like, perfect. One of the things that you might not know about me is that I am, like, a very big fan of stop motion animation. Like, I really, really like that one Polish guy. I think he's Polish. His name is Jan something, and I forget exactly what his second. Jan Svankmajer, I think his name is, or Jan Svankmajer, and he did like he did a lot of really cool stop motion stuff in the 90s and the 80s. He did like a stop motion version of Alice in Wonderland, which is really freaky and really cool. But I just like stop motion in general for a lot of reasons. I think it's really weird and really, really creepy. It sounds amazing. Just need to be in the right mental space for something very dark. It's not even that dark. Like what I would say is that it ticks all the right boxes for me in terms of like what I look for in a stop motion thing, right? Like a stop motion animation. Like what I look for is like a very weird atmosphere, a very like spooky and unique atmosphere that you can only really achieve with stop motion. I would say that it's more like on the gory side of horror rather than like disturbing. It is disturbing. Some of the content is disturbing, I would say. But it's like in terms of dark, it's like it's not very dark because, well, I'll get more into that as we go on into the review. But basically, for those of you that don't know what Mad God is, and those of you that don't know how who Phil Tippet was, Phil Tippet came to fame by doing the chess stop motion scene in, let's have a little look, in Star Wars in 1974, whenever it was, A New Hope. So chess scene, let's have a little look. New Hope. This should be on thingy. Wait, whoa, what is this? StarWars.com? Right, so like all these little bits here, all these little bits on the chessboard, all animated and done in stop motion by this guy Phil Tippet. And when you see those pieces and you like look at the art style and stuff, like you can really tell that this is Phil Tippet if you've seen any of his other stuff, because it's really like super creative, super like, you know, gross. Like that's the kind of stuff he likes to make, and I love shit like that. You know, very like, you know, some of these figurines here are like very eldritch, Lovecraftian, like hard to describe, like you've not really seen anything like it before, like you know, really interesting stuff. That's probably where you know his name from. Yeah. Hey Layla, how's it going? Welcome in. Welcome in. Hey Thoristar, how are you as well? So yeah, this is the scene that he was famous for, and of course, like there is the bit where the famous line is spoken, "Always let the Wookiee win," where this one chess piece comes and like absolutely destroys the other chess piece. One thing that I've noticed about this shot that I've never noticed before, might be because it's paused. Oh no, actually, like two of these figures in the back here lose color. I didn't actually know that. I didn't actually know that. Surprise, surprise. Known Tetsuo enjoyer likes fucked up guys. Well, that's another reason why I like Tetsuo, the Iron Man, Joe, because you watched it with us. Like, all of the stop motion in Tetsuo is like, I just love that is in a film that is like Tetsuo, the Iron Man. Like, I buzz off that so much. I used to love Morph and Pingu and shit like that when I was a kid. And I always thought that Morph and Pingu were, like, extremely creepy as fuck. As well, you know? Yeah, Phil is an old guy. He's like 70 odd years old. So not only did Phil Tippett do this scene in Star Wars, he also did the animation for Ed 209 in RoboCop. So I don't know if I could show this like whole scene because it's extremely gory. But he did this animation, which is really, really good for... So there's like a little bit of movie magic going on here. This here is like a full-size model of Ed 209 in the production of RoboCop. If you've never seen RoboCop, by the way, you absolutely need to watch it. Like, Paul Verhoeven is amazing. Like, so good. And this scene is just so good. And this is basically like they're showing a boardroom. They're showing a boardroom. The new cop, the cop of the future. RoboCop is so fucking good. Honestly, you need to watch RoboCop. As soon as you said it, you knew it was the same person. Yeah. So like this is all, and it looks really good. Like considering like how well it holds up. Like this is from 1987. And it's like, oh shit, you could like do this now, you know? And like I think most people would be like all right with it. Like the green screening that they've done here, or the blue screening, however they've done it, I think it will have been a green screen because Ed 209 is actually like pretty blue in color, unless they like processed it afterwards. I don't know. But it's really good. Like this is like amazing. Oh, I'm glad that you put Lee Hardcastle in the chat, Stalker, because we're going to talk about Lee Hardcastle as well. Yeah, 100%. Thank you. Yeah, I will be playing this in a sec. Yeah.
The enforcement droid, Series 209, is a self-sufficient law enforcement robot. 209 is currently programmed for urban pacification.
Yeah, post away, Rollwatt. Yeah.
After a successful tour of duty in old Detroit, we can expect 209 to become the hot military product for the next decade. Dr. McNamara.
We'll need an arrest subject.
Mr. Kinney.
Yes, hey, Otterboat, man. How you doing?
Give his hand, please. Yes, sir. Mr. Kinney is going to help.
Ah, there he is. Yeah, there he is.
Arrest and disarming procedure.
Then that's like him now.
Use your gun in a threatening manner.
And he's got all the things still.
Pointed at Ed 209.
Yes, sir.
Yes, he also went on to work more with Paul Verhoeven in Starship Troopers.
Please put down your weapon. You have 20 seconds to comply.
So you could probably guess.
I think you'd better do what he says, Mr.
What happens in this scene? I'm not gonna show it because I think I might get banned for showing this. But yeah, so there's that. It's just a very good film. Watch RoboCop if you haven't already. I swear to God, it is easily one of my most favorite films. But yes, as Shafiq rightly points out, he went on to work with Verhoeven again in Starship Troopers. He actually didn't just stick to practical effects. He legit went on to do CGI. So a lot of his stuff kind of takes into consideration like potential for CGI. He also, I think he like coined a way of doing stop motion animation that he called go motion, but I don't know too much about that. Starship Troopers, Phil Tippett. I wonder if there's like anything that just comes up if I type that in. Oh yeah, okay. So like Adam Savage did like a studio tour with him like 10 years ago. So let's watch a little bit of this.
Hey guys, I'm Norm from Tested. We're here with Phil Tippett at Tippett Studio. Phil is a veteran and pioneer of special effects animation, and you're so gracious to show us around some of the props and artifacts from.
I'd buy that for $1.
In front of some awards you've won. Pretty impressive.
Oh, did he work on
trophies?
They are indeed trophies.
He worked on Willow. No way.
You've won. Can I pick one up?
For $1.
I actually disagree with you there, Otterboatman. I really disliked the sequel series to The Dark Crystal. The CGI is the bit that I hated. They used it like a bit too much, and just having like a puppet body but with eyes that is CGI, that really just fucked everything up for me. I hated it, to be honest.
Deal. Here's
But
5.
CGI can work really well with practical effects in a lot of different applications. But I think that's less to do with the marriage of CGI and practical effects and more to do with Netflix and not allowing them enough time to, you know, produce it.
Oh, thanks.
It really is heavier than it looks in person. Awesome. Let's go take a look around.
Okay, let's go.
So this is dope. That's the Rancor from it's Empire Strikes Back, I think. Empire Strikes Back, maybe Return of the Jedi. I don't know. But he worked on all 3 of the Star Wars films, the first 3 Star Wars films. Obviously, there's that 209, and there's the models that he based Starship Troopers on. I don't think any of the models. I think there were some like full-size models that they used in Starship Troopers for certain scenes. Like, I know there's a scene where like one of the bugs is like looking around with an eye, and like the idea is that you're supposed to be like, oh my god, this bug has like an eye, it's got a soul, and then these fucking Nazi bastards just like shoot it in the face. It's so fucked up. Yeah, he is done with it. Yeah, he is actually. He looks like he's like completely checking out of the conversation. Yeah.
All right, Phil, let's talk about the warrior
He's so tired.
bug from Starship Troopers.
Hey, Tactoyuka.
Well, this model, in fact, all of the bugs for Starship Troopers were designed by Craig Hayes, who designed the 209 character. Craig was
Oh, look at that. That's brilliant. Actually, I always thought that when I watched Starship Troopers back, but there is a face in there. There is actually like
designed by
a
Craig.
sort of humanoid face in there. And of course, like, you can't see it because most of the time you're literally like watching these fascists destroy these bugs who are clearly like sentient and are just sort of like a native species defending their land. You know what I mean?
Hayes, who designed the 209 character. Craig was really pivotal in the transition at Tippet Studio from doing stop motion to digital, because he's got a brilliant engineering mind and a great design brain as well.
That looks amazing.
The design process took place in actually a very brief period of time for Troopers. It was very clear from the beginning we needed a way to get around what these things were and how they function in the story. And since we were doing a war movie, we decided to make each of the characters like a generic war article. So the warriors were the ground troops.
Stormtroopers, yeah.
And then the tanker bug was a flamethrowing tank, and then the hoppers were the Air Force. And you know, if you look carefully at these designs, what Craig did across all of them was he introduced similar design elements that were genetically engineered differently. So like in the bug hive, you know, everybody starts out like this, but then these guys go over there and they're grown into tanker bugs, and these guys are over here and warrior bugs, and it just kind of worked like that.
That's fucking dope. I love that so much. Hey Husker, what's going on? Just got done watching Rebel Lesbians in Discord, which is apparently your recommendation. Yes, it was, and I'm so glad you watched it. I hope that you are feeling inspired and hopeful from it. It's fucking great. I fucking love that documentary. My new video is about that. So yeah, stay tuned for that. It'll be coming out sometime around this week. I don't know.
Biology. And then so this model, this is the largest that you ever built, this model.
Yeah, this was the design maquette that was used for two purposes.
There's a whole moment in Starship Troopers where Neil Patrick Harris uses telepathy on a bug, goes, "It's afraid," and everyone cheers. The entire movie spends time justifying the war on bugs with the epithet "they have no feelings," and they cheer when they find out the bug is afraid. Yeah, also just like look at Neil Patrick Harris at the end of Starship Troopers. Like, look at what he wears. Look at what he is wearing when he gets to, like, the bit that, like, where he wants to be. Like, there are people who will, like, say, with their teeth clenched, foaming at the mouth, you know, digging their fingers into their fucking palms with their fists, going, no, it's not about Nazis. No, it's just about fighting fucking the big bugs. The big bugs, they're just big bugs. They have no brains. They just want to kill everybody. And it's like, no, dude, this is a film about Nazis. This is a film about how easily people can get swayed into being fucking Nazis, you know? God damn it. God fucking damn it. Very 1930s vibes, that's right. Yes, that's right. Extremely subtle. Extremely subtle. Nazi ideal men look super gay. You know what? Like, there are some depictions of the Ubermensch that do just look like your standard twunk. Yeah, absolutely. Admittedly, I thought it was about the American military and Nazism. Well, it is. It is. It is. It's about those two things and how, like, Nazism is happening now. And, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Hey, Kitty, what's going on? Welcome in. Love how Paul Verhoeven didn't even read the Starship Troopers books because he just literally wanted to make a book about... he just wanted to make a film about Nazis. Yes, that's right, yeah. Hey, Alejandro, how you doing? It's actually about... Oh, scary socialist country, yeah. I've never heard any arguments about that. From film Nazis, I guess we'll call them, saying that Starship Troopers is about Cuba or I don't know, anything like that, or Vietnam, but yeah, they do say some absurd shit. Hey, Queen Pip, what's going on? I love how I got here 10 seconds ago and I already know what movie we're talking about. That's right. That's fucking right. How you doing? Welcome in. Wasn't the original Starship Troopers just unironically fascist? I don't know, because I've never read the book. You know? Oh, it was. It was. Hello, Divided, by the way. Welcome in. Welcome in.
As a guide for the computer.
That's right, Joe. Vuvuzela, 10,000 dead.
Actually,
it's gajillion billion dead.
Rough paint maps would be taken off of these because Craig.
Okay, let's skip through this bit because I want to get to talking about Mad God. So this is just about the Starship Troopers thing. Okay. So then the next film that he worked on, or maybe the previous film he worked on, I don't know about the chronology of this. I think it was the previous film. He was actually in charge of the animatronics, I believe, or the animation of the CGI, at least, in Jurassic Park. And it was obviously one of the most well-received movies of all time, like one of the best blockbusters of all time. Phenomenal fucking movie. And yeah, he was in charge of that. And I believe that they got him to do that because he made a short called Dinosaur. Oh, it's called Prehistoric Beast, which I've never seen before. So I've got no idea what it's about. But he was really inspired by, you know, Ray Harryhausen. For the Zoomers in the chat who don't know who Ray Harryhausen is, Ray Harryhausen was a guy who did stop motion in very early movies. He did like Jason and the Argonauts, yes, and he did a bunch of like dinosaur movies or movies where there were dinosaurs in them that would have like fights and stuff like that, like very, very old school stuff. Oh my god, it's a dinosaur getting eaten. See, you can totally see why they got him to do the stuff for Jurassic Park. Like, you know, seeing this in like 1987 or whatever, you know what I mean? Yeah, Ben-Hur kind of era, that's right. I don't know what to make of Starship Troopers the movie. It puts a lot of energy into depicting a fascist future, but it doesn't really suggest an alternative or put as much energy into showing why and how that fascist society is bad. It makes fascism seem like a fact of life in a way. I disagree. It absolutely shows why fascism is bad. Yeah, I agree. It doesn't like suggest an alternative, but I also agree in that it does make fascism seem like a fact of life. Because let's face it, it is a fact of life. You know? And you can take from that what you will. Like, Paul Verhoeven has always been very, very, like, blatant about what he is taking the piss out of in his movies. And, of course, he's, like, a European director who, you know, went into Hollywood and shit like that. You know what I mean? Your internet is garbage. Let me see if we got those encoding options for you. We do have encoding options today, so if you are getting a bit of buffering today, because I'm not losing any frames, make sure you turn down that. How is it? Turn down those encoding options. Turn down the quality, you know? I bet you think RoboCop is political. I do. I genuinely do. Is that an Ian Miles Chong quote? God damn it. I don't believe that he's that stupid. I think he knows that shit. He's just being a piece of shit at this point. By the way, I didn't mention, gang, but please go and follow Quillightful and Queen Pib. Sorry, Shafiq. I know that you wanna do I know you wanted to do the shout out, Shafiq, but yeah, there you go. Go follow Queen Pib, go follow Quillightful. We love him here. We love him. Third Starship Troopers movie is another parodic vibe movie. It has a musical number where the head of the Federation does a musical number called Good Day to Die with the lyrics, when duty calls, you pay the price. That's so fucking funny. Hey Ludo, how you doing? So yeah, like he did this stop motion thing called Prehistoric Beast, which I've not seen. But you can tell why they got Phil Tippett to do the stuff about the dinosaur shit. Dinosaur supervisor for Jurassic Park. Because this shit just looks awesome. Like, really fucking cool. Like, the skin looks amazing. Like, it's obviously, you know, stop motion. You know, we're under no illusion that this is actually real or whatever. But it does look great. Like, the skin looks great. Like, the eyes and everything. Like, it's really good. It's really well done. So, there's that. And, you know, he did a bunch of stuff going into the 90s and the late 2000s, mid 2000s. Did more kind of stuff with CGI. And do bits give ours truly the full amount? I would much prefer you to sub off Twitch than give bits, because no, I do not get the full amount of bits. And also, don't give money to Twitch. They suck. So yeah, if you are thinking about supporting the stream, please consider subbing off Twitch. Give me money that way. And yeah, that'd be very much appreciated. What was I gonna say? So yeah, like other things in terms of like stop motion that I really, really like is Lee Hardcastle. Lee Hardcastle is one of the people who kind of got a lot of inspiration from Phil Tippett and people like that. And he actually made, I was talking about how Pingu seemed really fucking scary when I was a kid, right? And this guy did a stop motion version of The Thing, which is one of my favorite horror movies of all time. I fucking love The Thing. If you really want to like feel validated in how scared you are about COVID, watch The Thing, because you could basically just say it's like about COVID. If COVID was like a thing that ripped out of your body and like murdered everybody around you, which it kind of does, but in a less like visceral sense. But yeah, this is Lee Hardcastle's Thingu, and it's so fucking good. Spoilers for The Thing, by the way, if you've not seen The Thing, but it's an old movie, so you know. You saw The Thing on the big screen recently. Oh my god. It's so good, this. Oh god, I need to watch the film again. I need to watch The Thing now. Oh god. Yeah, it's so good. It's just, this is so fucking awesome. Hey DJ, what's going on? It's actually scary, right? It's so well done. Lee Hardcastle rocks. He's done lots of cool claymation stuff, yeah. Newt. It is funny. It is funny as well, yeah. Yeah, fucking honestly, like Lee Hardcastle is so fucking good. So fucking good. Check him out. Give him a sub. Let me send you a link to the channel in the chat. Very, very, very cool. Very, very cool. Yeah, he did very angry Newt. A very angry Newt just then. So, anyway, right. Where was I? So that you know, that's my love of stop motion. Like, I absolutely love stop motion. And so I hadn't heard about Mad God before very, very recently when I started getting ads for it on Instagram. And I had no fucking idea what it was about. So I'll just show you the trailer. I'll show you the trailer that came up. But as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh my god, I have to fucking see this. I absolutely have to see this. So, yeah, it's basically... So there's not much revealed in that trailer, which is pretty fucking standard, to be honest. Let's have a nice frame to do the review on. To pause here. Hang on. Where's that guy's big face? The guy's big face is the main thing that people sort of, like, see when they see this... There we go. This guy. The big face guy. That's the main thing that people see when they see the trailer and stuff. But yeah, so it was very good. I agree. Yeah, it is Husker Du. You're absolutely right. It is hard to do in one sitting. Like yesterday, I felt like I was having like a heat delirium fever dream while I was watching it. But to be honest, that's why I wanted to watch it yesterday, because it was like, that's kind of how I remember watching some stop motion stuff as a kid. Right? Like, I remember watching it and thinking, that was fucking weird. That was fucking disturbing. What did I just watch? And so I wanted to kind of relive that a little bit. Now, what I will say is that there is, like, every kind of everything going on in this film. It is a lot. It is absolutely sensory overload. It's a lot to take in for about nearly 2 hours. It's only nearly 2 hours long. And I can understand why it's only nearly 2 hours long, because doing a whole stop motion movie that's like longer than that is really gonna take a long time. So apparently this was 30 years in the making. So this was an idea that Phil Tippett had 30 years ago and literally wanted to be his sort of masterpiece, a film that he made on his own, because he's always worked for other people and he wanted to make like his own vision. He wanted to like make a story, a really weird, fucked up, messed up stop motion thing. And Cryptid, you're absolutely right. It is kind of like those punk as fuck indie comics that came out in the 80s and 90s. It's very, very cool. It's very, very like okay, so like the story is really hard to figure out. I'm not going to go into too much spoilers about it. I'm not gonna spoil it. Like, it's hard to spoil really because it's like, without me just like saying what happens, which I'm not gonna do. But it's kind of hard to find what the story is. It's like, what you'll see in descriptions of the movie is you'll see people saying like, join the assassin. It's really not telegraphed that he is an assassin. I don't know how you would ever figure out that he is like an assassin by watching the movie, other than he has like a bomb on him, but that's like right from the start, you know? Anyway, very weird. I didn't really understand that bit of the description, but he's like finding something. It sounds like it's not really plot or character driven. It's more sociological. I don't even know if I would say it's sociological. It's kind of just like, I'm trying to think of something else that I've seen that's like it. Has anyone ever seen Heavy Metal? Like the animation from the 80s. It's kind of like Heavy Metal. Hello, Super Sweet Boy. How you doing? What's going on? It's not an anthology, but there are like lots of different bits of it that are like kind of related. Yes, 1981. Yeah, that one. I haven't watched it recently, so I don't know how well it's aged, but like it's the thing that I would say it comes close to is like Heavy Metal, because there's not really like one specific story. There's like a lot of different things, and there's like an overarching connection to all of them, right? And there were a lot of movies that were made in like that, in that way, in like the 80s, and I think that's where Phil Tippett's got his inspiration from. It's a single story but in episodic structure. Hard to say. I think it's like Husker says, and I will actually have to watch it again. Honestly, it's worth just getting the free 7-day trial on Shudder. Honestly. Hey, real life Blues Cat. Yeah, I was literally talking about Alice by Jan Svankmajer before. Yeah, that I was literally talking about that. I'm a big fan of Jan Svankmajer, yeah. Jan's work is incredible. Oh, is it going to be playing in a cinema near you, Super Sweet Boy? I really want to check it out at the cinema. That would fucking rock. That would rock so hard. I have no clue how people work with models this detailed. They are like extremely detailed. So like the thing that I would say about the movie is that it's got a lot of influences. There are like a lot of influences going on. There are even bits of it that made me go, Bloodborne, right? There was like a bit, and if you've seen it, you'll fucking know exactly what I'm talking about. There's a bit where it's like, this is just Bloodborne. Like, this is just literally just Bloodborne. It's the story of Bloodborne. Like, or like one of the bits of the story of Bloodborne. And I was just like, this is nuts. How this is like in this movie of the guy who like, you know, did all the art for, you know, all those movies back in the day. But of course he would enjoy Bloodborne, because Bloodborne is exactly the kind of thing that I would say, if you like Bloodborne, you will love Mad God, right? Like, it's that kind of thing, right? There are definitely references to like, I've not seen Pink Floyd's The Wall, but I think a lot of it is Pink Floyd's The Wall, and some of it is, I think there's an element of Alice in Wonderland as well. Speaking of Jan Svankmajer, which might be an element of, you know, inspiration that he took as well. Heavy Metal is certainly aged and does feel juvenile in the vein of teenager raised on 2000 AD who just learned to swear and found some porno magazines. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I was talking about like offensive material in the film, generally speaking. But yeah. So anyway, what I would say about Mad God is it works really well, and this is not a paid ad, by the way. I'm not getting paid for this, but it does work really well if you're gonna get like a 7-day free trial on Shudder, because you'll need to watch it again. Like, watch it, leave it a couple of days, watch it again. I'm planning on watching it again tonight. I would even say as well, if you've seen Twin Peaks 2017, Twin Peaks The Return, I would say that there are some Twin Peaks references in there as well. There is kind of like one bit that I will talk about that's at the very start of the film, so I wouldn't even say it's like a spoiler, but the first thing that comes up is like a Bible verse from Leviticus, and it's about how God got so mad, or it's God talking about how he would get so mad at humans being horrific and horrible to each other and sinning and shit like that, that he will like blight the land and create a world of monsters, and so that like you'll never be able to like settle there and shit like that. I think that there is some kind of story relating to fascism in Germany in there. I don't know. It kind of feels like that. There's like a lot of World War II stuff going on in there. And there's one thing that I will spoil, but it isn't like a huge part of the story, and it didn't really make any sense to me, so I do want to bring it up. So if you don't want any spoilers at all for this, I will tell you to tune out for like the next 2 minutes while I talk about this. There's a bit that happens in the middle of the film that I don't really understand, where like two anarchists just put like a bomb somewhere, and it's the only very obvious political statement in the whole film. And I don't really understand it. I don't understand if it's trying to say that anarchists are bad, and I don't understand if it's trying to say that anarchists are good. It's like that much of a like, wait, what? Like, where did this come from? Like, so weird. So fucking weird. Anyway, there's the spoiler over. You can tell people in chat that the spoilers are over now, if anyone has muted it. But I would recommend this movie if you like weird, if you like wonderful, if you like just creepy stuff. There is like a lot of shit and piss, and like I think there's a bit of cum. I can't remember if there's cum, because there's a lot going on. Like I say, like there's like a really intense bit where people like are shitting a lot, and that's really, really gross. But there's like a lot of gore, there's a lot of body horror. So yeah, if that's not your bag, I wouldn't you know, watch it. But if you know, this kind of thing is your bag, you know, weird shit, just messed up shit, you'll fucking love it, honestly. Like, I did enjoy it. I totally enjoyed it. What I guess, like, the lack of a cohesive story is the thing that kind of annoys me a bit. But other than that, loved it. Loved it. It is a very gooey movie, Goblin. Yeah, very, very gooey. It can't be as bad as the HBO Max Anarchist documentary. I don't know what that is. No idea. It was a bit of a trendsetter for heavy metal music for the aesthetic. NWO-BHM was still in its infancy. What is NWO-BHM? Please, chat, do me a favor. Don't use acronyms. Like, unless they are, like, very, very, very well known, please don't use acronyms, because I'm just going to make you type it out in full anyway. So it's a waste of time. It's a waste of my time. It's a waste of your time. Yep, literally spoke about how Tetsuo the Iron Man was is one of my favorite films. Like, before you got here, yeah. The spoilers are over, Cryptid, yeah. New wave of British heavy metal. Right, okay, see. Yeah, right, gotcha. No, you don't have to apologize. You weren't here. No, you weren't here. But yeah, you're absolutely spot on. Like, if you like Tetsuo, you'll like this. If you like, you know, the weird stop-motion stuff that I've already shown you, you'll like it. So there you go. There you go, chat. Little mini review of Phil Tippett's Mad God. It's worth it. Just get the Shudder 7-day free trial. You can watch it for free. Wicked. You know. HBO Max documentary, The Anarchists, is about a bunch of anarcho-capitalist crypto bros. Oh, I heard about that. Yeah. Absolutely ridiculous. People have been talking about that recently, haven't they? Imagine a feature-length Lee Hardcastle animation. Yeah, but like really, really good. really, really well produced. Yeah. You know, can you hear them engines? Can you hear that? I feel like in heat like this, if you're getting around with engines like that, that's kind of like running around with a torch when like a big fire's happened. Or like shooting off a gun near like a you know what I mean? Near like a murder victim, like near a murder investigation. Just like going around with a gun, just like going, pew, pew, yeah. I can't stand these cunts with these fucking loud engines, honestly. Like, the more and more that I hear them nowadays, the more and more I'm like, you are sick. Like, you're a sick piece of shit. Fuck off. I know that they're not the ones totally responsible for climate change, but how can you be like an engine bro? How can you be like a car bro, a motor bro, when the climate is collapsing? Like, I don't think there's anything more like, you know, insufferable than that. You heard an ice cream truck in Aslan's stream? It was loud and distorted. That's pretty fucking funny. Right. Listen, chat. We're going to get into the main meat of the stream now. And we are going to check out... So, first of all... We're going to have a tiny little bit of candy. We're going into the politics section. So, you know what this is like. What kind of engines? Don't understand right now. Oh, you know, like big loud motorbike engines. Warboy energy from Fury Road. Right. Literally like the fucking dickheads from the Mad Max films. Yeah. Absolutely. No, they don't, Ralwat. You're right. They don't. They don't fucking think about that shit at all. Of course they don't. Of course they don't. Yeah, prepare for weirdos. So, we're basically gonna check out real quick. Rishi Sunak's leadership reaction. So we're gonna check out what some working class people think about Rishi Sunak. As you know, the two front runners for the leadership in the UK at the moment, which is unelected, by the way. We don't have any sort of democracy in who's about to run the country at the minute. It's a little bit fucked up. But the two options that we've got are Rishi Sunak, someone who is just like completely unrelatable, just like a private school prick. Like, he doesn't even put on an act like Boris Johnson. And also...
No, you don't want mine.
Oh my fucking word.
Hang on. Okay. So, content warning for British, as you've just heard.
He's having a fucking laugh.
Shut up!
Oh my...
YouTube, pause. Oh my god, what the fuck? Okay, right. So, Rishi Sunak... He's just like a posh guy. And Liz Truss, transphobe extraordinaire. Again, no democracy. No democracy enabled for this shit. Yeah, this is the Tory leadership election stuff, yeah. So what we're going to watch now is, this is from Byline TV. Byline TV are a bit weird. I'm not really like a huge fan of them anymore. They do some really good research and stories. Like this is probably going to be pretty interesting. But this is Three Head Central. This is the UK. This is like what it's like to live in the UK. These are the kind of people that you're going to meet on the everyday and shit like that. And yeah, we're going to watch them react to Rishi Sunak's leadership campaign clip.
He's having a fucking laugh.
No, you don't want mine.
Oh my fucking word. I do apologise for my language.
Hell yeah. How you doing, Sterling? Welcome in, love.
I have friends who are upper class. I have friends who are...
Oh, it's not a leadership campaign. It's like, okay, it's like him when he was a kid. Oh, Rishi Sunak, kid reaction. Okay, right. That's funny. That's funny as fuck.
You know, working class, but I'm not working class.
And what do you think of him being the next Prime Minister?
No way. Absolutely no one on this planet. No way.
So it's all right for someone sitting up in their little ivory tower with more money than you can throw a stick at, but the average person, not only are you getting clouted by the cost of the fuel, but everything else that you're trying to buy is that much dearer because of the cost of fuel.
You know, working class, but I'm not working class.
And do you think that he would represent the working class kind of?
No, not at all. I'm working class, I'm sitting on the beach eating chips, so yeah.
You know, working class, but I'm not working class.
Disgusting. No, it's disgusting. We need someone in that can support everyone.
He doesn't have a clue what it's like to be a normal person. No.
It looks like a scene out of Florida with a different accent. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, this is like your average British person. You know what I mean? It's like, this is like a normal scene in Britain. Like, if you go down the road from where I live in Manchester, you'll be seeing people, you know, just sitting around having a fucking Greggs like this kind of thing on the lunch break or whatever, or just chilling out. Yeah, you know, it's not all, no one here, like, it's very, like, it's uncommon to see, like, a lot of posh people in top hats and shit getting about. That's not what Britain is, you know what I mean? Yanni B says, that first guy reminded me of Harry Enfield's Oi No Geezer. That's right. What gets me about this video is that half those people probably still vote Tory somehow. You can't say that. I don't think you can say that. I don't think you could say who these people would vote for. I don't think these people have anyone representing them at the moment in Parliament. And if they did vote Tory, that would be why. You know? I found a video and it's peak British. May I share it here? Yeah, but I probably won't watch it, Super Sweet Boy, because I don't want to get stun locked. Hey, Yanni B, how you doing?
I think it's all just the same. They're all going to end up doing the same. I don't think they're going to make a lot of difference, to be honest.
See, this is the thing, right? This is the thing. This is why electoral politics is a waste of time. You know what I mean? Because, like, your everyday person knows that electoral politics is a waste of time. So there's no point in pontificating on who is going to get voted for, etc., blah, 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 right? Because the average person knows that Keir Starmer doesn't give a shit, and neither does fucking Boris Johnson. The average person knows that their benefits are getting fucking taken away from them. They're having to work 2 fucking jobs. The rent's going through the fucking roof. The mates are getting evicted. The mates are getting put in prison. And shit like that. The only thing that they can do to, you know, escape the mundanity of, you know, banality, I don't know, of everyday working life is by going to the pub, and then obviously you get alcohol problems. People end up with alcoholism and shit like that. You know, end up doing harder drugs, cocaine, you know. I watched the Novara Media video on the Tory candidates. It made my head spin. Yeah, it's fucked. Yeah, you've got Liz Truss, anti-LGBTQ, not just transphobic, by the way, extremely anti-LGBTQ, and Rishi Sunak, who is just like a posh guy, and that's it. I think Liz Truss is going to get in, to be honest. And I think that's a combination of, like, racism, Islamophobia in the Tory party. I think there's a lot of Islamophobia in the Tory party that doesn't really go challenged or anything like that. And also, I think the Conservatives are really backing the anti-trans stuff. Because they see it pop off on social media, you know? And you know that they've seen it pop off on social media because they repeat all the things that TERFs are saying on social media. The government has made it illegal to protest right as people are getting angry enough to do it. Yeah, this is it, you know what I mean? And, like, it's funny because it's like, if you look into it on the face of things, you can still protest. There's a lot of stuff that you can still do and not get, in trouble for and shit. So it's just ridiculous. Living in Leeds, I met a lot of people who were quite politically energized, but mostly towards the right. Yeah, I mean, it depends where you live in Leeds. Like, Leeds is a big place. You know what I mean? Like, you could say that about, like, fucking thingy. You know, you could say that about Manchester. There are areas of Manchester where people will, you know, right-wing. And we're a socialist city. We are, like, a known socialist city. You know? TERF bot accounts can't vote. Well, this is where they will suffer if there is a general election. Maybe. I don't know. I actually don't know, to be honest. I try not to think about it because it's a waste of time.
Yes. to the country.
Well, that's what I'm thinking,
It's just
Shafiq.
a mess, isn't it?
Oh, what's it about?
we're just asking about Boris Johnson, you know, resigning.
Oh, he's a cunt.
Do you know who Rishi Sunak is?
Yeah, he's even worse. What they should do is a new general election and fuck the lot of them off. The Conservatives didn't do it. They should literally have a new election.
A cunt. He's a cunt. That's what I think. He's a
But what do you
cunt.
think? Do you think that he could accurately kind of, you know, run?
No, he can't. He can't wipe it in air.
He can't wipe his own ass. Big up the Scots. Oh, trust that Scottish lass to say it how it is. That's funny as fuck.
That video,
And
actually.
what do you think of it?
I think he needs to sort his life out and be a people's people. If you can't be with the people, then don't ride with the people. Just let it go.
He hasn't changed any of his policies. He hasn't changed actually anything else. His
All he's
wife's
done
a
is
sort of
put us
like a
in
non-dom
10%.
sort of, you know, so she's avoiding tax anyway. So how is he going to be any better? What they need is someone like Liz Truss or someone else that's not been sort of like that key point in the cabinet.
Oh, no. Oh, bro. Not Liz Truss. Oh, bro. Oh, no. Oh, no.
But that's his problem. Still ain't mine.
Who's going to vote for him after he's acted?
Actor, you could
That's
get
the,
snatched up. Oh, really?
That's the only bad thing about that. That's the only bad thing about that. No! You know. But here's the thing, it's like, you know, just like a little snapshot into like working class, your everyday working class people's attitudes and stuff like that to, you know, the Tories and stuff. Generally speaking, they know that people are like not paying enough tax, like rich people, and that's a bad thing. And that is like just the right fucking step. You know what I mean? Lots of people are absolutely ripe for radicalization to the left. They just kind of need to be told what the crack is in an easy to understand way. You know, it's no good like talking about like Hegelian, Deleuzian, fucking Aristotelian philosophy fucking nonsense, because people haven't got the time for that. Do you know what I mean? People haven't got the time to like take a course in philosophy and understand what the fuck like some people on Twitch, on YouTube pontificate about all the time. They just need to explain to them in very, very fucking simple ways. You know what I mean? They need morphin thought. Oh god, no. Oh god. There needs to be a pipeline. Right, exactly. The left is way too up its own ass about theory. I agree. It just has to be like, okay, we've done a lot of theory thinking. We now have to talk about how we can apply that theory to praxis, and what's the easiest, most accessible way to do that. You know? Our reddest boy can save them. Fucking funny. And that's true, JMM. Yeah, all the Tories do the non-dom. Yeah, that's right. If they're going to make it worse for trans and queer folk in the UK, I'll look into how to get people to Germany for, to fundraise. Need to help my LGBTQIA plus siblings. Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see like what happens. Because if Liz Truss gets in power, it's like, yeah, they're going to try and fund anti-trans bills. Or not fund it, they're going to try and drum up support for anti-trans bills. And it's just absurd. That's a criticism Chomsky has on Zizek, by the way. Too concerned about theory and not actually doing any action. Right. And that's a criticism that the left should have about anybody in the left who just wants to talk about like who is the smartest boy and like I know the most things about the most things and therefore I'm the smartest boy and the left should listen to me. You know what I mean? Because it's not about that. It's about like, right, okay, how do we actually make people's lives better? Like the government isn't going to do it, so we need to do it. So how do you do that? You know, mutual aid. Okay, tell people how to do mutual aid. Renters unions, tell people how to start renters unions, tell people to join renters unions. Unionize the workplace, you know, LGBTQIA plus mutual aid groups, unions and stuff like that. All that. And things will just simply get better. You know, unions for BAME people as well in the UK, you know? That's another thing. We've already briefed our union branch on what could potentially happen if trust gets in and what we can do going forward. Yeah, that's based as fuck, Sterling, honestly. The left wins people over to our ideals by showing them how we can materially help them. I will never stop talking about the guy that I helped stop get evicted, who is a conservative and never really thought about communism until a communist, an anarchist, me, helped him not get evicted. You know? So there you go. Base. That's right. That's fucking right, Joe. You know the score. And listen, it's time for us to watch a leftist video essay. And it's been a long time since we watched a video by Jessica Kellgren-Fozard, but that's what we're watching today. It's on disability as a superpower trope. So we are going to get right into that presently. So content warning for ableism. And I don't know if there's going to be any other content warnings in this, but hopefully Jessica will tell us what kind of stuff we're gonna be seeing in her video. But yeah, let's fucking go.
Hello lovely people, and welcome back to my video series on disability and disability related tropes in the media. Boom. I mean, can I call this a series if I do one a year? I don't know. I had a baby. My researching and writing time has significantly decreased.
Hey, Yucky Trunks, how you doing?
I absolutely loved making previous videos about the portrayal of disabilities on screen. I did a gay one too, so you can click the card in the...
Oh! Almost forgot. Chat, go and support our leftist video content creators. Shit, I'm not even subscribed. How the fuck? I am pretty certain that I fucking subscribed when we last watched a video of Jessica's, but never mind. Guess I was wrong. Go give Jessica a like. Go give her a follow. Give her a comment. Watch the video in a muted tab alongside the stream. And yeah, let's get into it.
The top left hand corner, or the link in the description to watch my video about OCD on screen. And looking at how those either resonate or don't resonate with those communities, I also wanted to put my film history degree to good use because after all I'm still very much paying it off. Probably will be for the next however many years.
Oh,
but rather than a specific disability, I thought it would be interesting this time to look at one of the tropes that's often employed when disability is portrayed in media. The disability superpower trope. A trope is a significant or reoccurrent theme, also known as a motif. The disability superpower trope is one in which disabled people are...
Damn, her videos got like absolutely incredible. Like I remember the last time we watched a Jessica video was like 6 months ago only. I think it was literally the start of the year or maybe before the end of last year. And the quality in editing and everything is like incredible. Love this shit.
Being extra amazing because of their disability. One obvious example would be becoming blind and then having an enhanced sense of smell.
Right, that's the typical one.
Dr. Midnight from the MC Universe, who was blinded by an explosion in that it made him able to see so well in the dark. He's just unable to see in the light. Remarkable. Fun and japes aside though, these tropes put extra pressure on disabled folk who might just, you know, want to relax and take it easy rather than feeling they should be researching how to miraculously let
No, I don't think I watched one a month ago.
If you missed it, that's in the Disability Handbook, section 2E, page 21, paragraph 5, under Absolutely Not Today, Nor Ever, Get the Hell Out of Here. So let's break it down. Now, according to the Equality Act 2010, disability is defined as having a physical or mental impairment that has a substantial or long-term negative effect on your ability to do
it fucking
normal
sucks
daily
about it,
activities.
honestly.
You will also be classified as disabled if you have a progressive condition which worsens over time, or on the day you are diagnosed with HIV, cancer, or multiple sclerosis. Back in the day, the portrayal of disability on screen was, for want of a better word,
wait, what's in the Good Doctor, Ludo?
Say that we've come on leaps and bounds, and I mean in some cases we have, but also that's not always the case. The media has a long-standing track record of using stereotypes to portray disabilities on screen. We're talking about a character who isn't exactly well-rounded here. They have personality traits that we expect. Their likes and dislikes are what we would expect. Even the way they look and act are what we would expect. Side note, I'm going to be using the word cripple here a lot. I don't love that as a term for myself, generally due to it being, used against me in cruel ways, even when it's supposed to be light-hearted teasing by the adults in my life.
Is it about autism?
It's only a
Right,
joke if
okay.
we're both in on it, so... just be honest that you're an asshole. Anyway, and I don't support that term being used towards anyone else. However, I do fully support people reclaiming the term and using it for themselves, labelling their fancy walking stick as crip couture or whatever have you. I mean, that last one is particularly fabulous. But I am going to be using it satirically in reference to concepts and fictional characters because it's what they're written to say, so. The main cliches here are the villain. Usually someone found with a hook for a hand or a wooden leg.
Oh, hell yeah. That's a huge thing, right?
And you were also a part-time
Borg.
serial killer. This villain is morally perturbed character who also suffers a debilitating physical condition, quite often requiring a motorised wheelchair so they can glide into the room whilst sinister music.
God, yes, so many supervillains are like, just disabled.
Also a life support machine, because people who need supplemental oxygen are definitely using it to expand their minds for nefarious means, right? They are, of course, obviously, a genius. Once your bum hits a wheelchair, you either lose 50 IQ...
I feel like one of the only unproblematic supervillains is like Bane, because Bane is just like a white guy. Oh wait, hang on, he wears that mask. Doesn't he need that mask to like breathe properly? Oh my god, I never even thought of that. James Bond franchise is pretty big on disfigurement too. Yeah, huge. That's right, yeah. Davros, yeah, he's like the Dalek guy, right? Darth Vader, there's just so many. There's just so fucking many. You don't want to portray people with different bodies and ability being worse in some way within fantasy and sci-fi. Yeah. Not having wheelchair ramps will protect us from villainous takeovers. That's kind of what they're saying, right? He occasionally gets fucked up because of his venom. Oh, okay. Who's Dave Ross?
IQ points or become a genius. Hollywood. This intellectual threat compensates for their physical frailty and allows them to contrast the morally upright and physically perfect hero.
Wait, the Riddler in the new Batman is like heavily autistic? And no fucking way. That's so messed up. Goes back to the Hays Code, the moral code enforced in Hollywood where bad guys must always be punished in some way for their badness or deviance, such as disfiguring or disabling them. Yeah, and I guess that's like where it all came from, yeah.
Also become a
and obviously like institutionalized ableism too, right?
Threat if they use futuristic enhancements to overcome their disability, such as replacing missing or defective limbs with super strong powered armor or cybernetic parts. And they don't even need to be geniuses for that storyline. So now, whether this is conscious or not on the part of the writer, this trope is actually rooted in eugenics.
So it's funny that we're watching this today because I think I put this in the watch later playlist on Monday. But yesterday, after I watched Mad God, because it was on Shudder, one of the things I like about Shudder is the fact that it has a lot of garbage on there, like a lot of terrible films, and I just love bad films, right? And I watched this one called Head of the Family, and that is just full of disability as a superpower tropes. Like the main guy, the film is called Head of the Family because the main antagonist is like a big head, a guy who was born with a big head. And yeah, I watched Chud last night. Chud is amazing. Oh, Chud is so fucking good. I love Chud. What a fucking thingy. On a related note, happy Disability Pride Month. That's why. That's literally why I was gonna watch this video, because I'd heard it was Disability Pride Month. There you go. Happy Disability Pride Month, everybody. Yeah, Chud is definitely a movie. It's weird that the guy from Home Alone's in it. What's that guy's name? I can't remember his name. His name's something like Jesse or something. I don't know.
Eugenics-based ideas linking disability and deformity with a predisposition towards vice, criminality and insanity. Wonderful. The crippled body here merely represents a crippled soul. Thanks but no thanks. It's not the disabled representation we were asking for. Unfortunately, this does nothing but reinforce cultural ideas of disability.
It's got two of the Home Alone guys in it. No, it's not got Macaulay Culkin in it. No, it's one of the... Oh, that's right. Yeah, Kevin's dad is like the main guy, and one of the bandits is his friend. Yeah. You're right. It's got two of the Home Alone guys in it. Yeah.
A person inherently bad, much like queerness or femininity in men, making someone a de facto villain in a classic Disney movie. The victim. Honestly, there are too many examples of this to list, but you only have to watch The Hunchback of Notre Dame or A Christmas Carol to realise you've been conditioned into feeling sympathy for the characters rather than genuine compassion or, seeing them as a person. Also usually found accompanied by a sad piano soundtrack to make these helpless characters seem even more helpless.
I like that she referenced The Elephant Man there because, that was one of the first David Lynch films that I ever watched. And it's I think people just miss The Elephant Man because they think it's the opposite. They think it's it's just going to be we feel really sorry for this guy and blah, blah, blah. But no, it paints the guy as a human and paints him as an actual person. And it's extremely emotional and a fucking quality film, Madness.
At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if there's not a CD out there somewhere specifically for that purpose. Cripples at Christmas. The victim exists mainly to inspire the normal people. Whilst they appear superficially weak, they are strong of spirit and can achieve such amazing things as existing while different. We see this character in Oscar-baiting movies in which an able-bodied actor shows us how amazing they are to choose to be...
Right, Eraserhead feels like it feels like the main character is, and I don't want to, be the be-all and end-all of this, so if someone disagrees, I want you to tell me, but it does feel like the main character is coded as neurodivergent, autistic, from what I've heard, of some sort of, symptoms of autism. And I feel like that is, a thing in David Lynch's work as well, is that, a lot of characters are coded as neurodivergent, but it's never done in a way that is supposed to be, talking down at them or, to be oh, you need to feel sorry for them because of that. It's no, this is just, who they are, He also does really well with, native stuff, which is surprising in the 90s, and transgender stuff as well. In Twin Peaks. It sucks that he got David Duchovny to play a trans woman, because obviously David Duchovny is not a trans woman. But I think he fucking knows that. And it was really good for the 90s. There's a bit in Eraserhead where a white woman comes up to the native character and she's oh, you must hate us for all the stuff that white people have done to you. And he's just the way he reacts, you could just tell that he's shut up. Yeah. I think it is supposed to be, I think Lynch is, a bit autistic, yeah. Because, okay, so just to stunlock a little bit, let's watch this David Lynch interview. Any excuse to watch a David Lynch interview, to be honest. David Lynch interview about George Lucas. Because I don't know, I've always watched this and thought it was, extremely funny, because George Lucas just seems like the kind of guy who would cause you to just hate everything that's happening. But David Lynch was slated as one of the directors to actually, do The Return of the Jedi. And this is David Lynch's remembrance, I guess, of the situation.
George Lucas for directing Star Wars Return of the Jedi.
I was asked by George to come up to see him and talk to him about directing, which would be the third Star Wars. And I had next door to zero interest. But I always admired George. You know, George is a guy that does what he loves, and I do what I love. The difference is what George loves makes hundreds of billions of dollars. So I thought I should go up and at least visit with him. And it was incredible. I had to go to this building in LA first and get a special credit card, and I had to get special keys, and a letter came and a map. And then I went into the airport, and I flew up, and then they had a rental car all ready for me, and this keys, and you know, everything was set, and I was to drive to this place. And I came into an office, and there was George. And he talked with me for a little bit, and then he said, I want to show you something. Now, right about in this time, I started getting a little bit of a headache. You know what I'm talking about. Okay. So he took me upstairs.
Like, he's already stressed. He's not even like got through the door yet. And David Lynch is like, I hate this.
And he showed me these things called Wookiees. And now this headache is getting stronger. And he showed me many animals and different things. Then he took me for a ride in his Ferrari for a lunch. And George is kind of short, so his seat was way back, and he was almost laying down in the car. We were flying through this little town up in...
Just imagine George Lucas, like... Fucking brilliant.
Northern California. We went to a restaurant. Not that I don't like salad, but that's all they had was salad.
Just salad. Just salad. A restaurant where it's just salad.
Then I got a really, almost like a migraine headache. And I could hardly wait to get to home. And even before I got home, I kind of crawled into a phone booth and phoned my agent. I said, there's no way, no way I can do this. He said, David, calm down. You don't have to do this. And so George, bless his heart, I told him on the phone the next day that he should direct it. It's his film. He invented everything about it. But he doesn't really love directing. And so someone else did direct that film. But I called my lawyer and told him that I wasn't going to do it. And he said, you just lost, I don't know how many millions of dollars. But it's okay.
And that's why I respect David Lynch, because he just does what he likes and does not listen to fucking, money or whatever and shit like that. What a legend. Anyway, a little bit of a stun lock, but there we go. All right.
Disabled for a bit, or in a sitcom in which a disabled character is lauded for their reserves of strength in doing something incredibly ordinary, like giving a speech or going on a date. Oh, but don't actually talk about any real-world issues, like how there aren't enough disabled parking spaces or funding to help the kids with extra needs stay in mainstream.
Is the outside noise really loud, chat, by the way? Because I've got the window open, and I don't mind closing it because it's not too warm in here today. Is it, like, really loud? Are you hearing, like, people beeping and shit?
Education. That's the sad stuff we're not here to talk about. No. Smoothly sliding into the sponsorship section of today's video.
No?
Surfshark
Okay.
are the sponsor
Alright,
of today's
cool.
video,
Great.
protector of my online
Thanks,
internet
Jen.
life. It's a great VPN
Okay,
service
sweet.
that allows you to protect your data and identity from thieves, protect your privacy online, publish without your devices. Services you wouldn't was the rise of Disney Plus, VMs such as access to out of see some brother girl, or TV about men.
Wait, what?
The joke. Although not all guaranteed, so go. Click that link. The butt of the joke. Although not always consciously, we see some disabilities as the butt of the joke, such as stammers in comedy characters, or Mary's brother Warren in There's Something About Mary. Usually these cliches
I'm not
are reserved
muted.
for boys who can't get a date with a girl, or TV producers who can't get a grip. So done. This also allows for things like wheelchair antics. Remember the episode of Glee where the whole Glee club spends the day in wheelchairs to help
Oh, no, wait, what?
relate to Artie, the wheelchair-using member of the club, that was then concluded with a musical performance of Proud Mary whilst in the chairs? Where do they even find that many wheelchairs? I mean, that's not the main issue with that plotline, obviously. Why do they have a wheelchair-using character not played by a wheelchair-using actor anyway? But
Yeah,
how
that sucks.
in the universe did they find that many wheelchairs? I just have questions. And not to be a party pooper, but I'm definitely going to be a party pooper. As someone who constantly had my crutches stolen from me at school so kids could run away with them for jolly japes, do we not think that all the shows where people treat medical equipment like it's hilarious might possibly, just possibly, be encouraging this?
Yep.
The eternally innocent. We know the examples. Forrest Gump, Rain Man, or most recently, Hubby Halloween on Netflix.
Like, I cannot fucking bring myself to watch Rain Man. Like, people have told me it's like an amazing film and it'll make you cry and shit like that, and I'm just like, I'm just not comfortable with like Dustin Hoffman pretending to have like, you know, autism and portraying it in a really bad way. Also, unsurprised that Adam Sandler has done a film like this. Unsurprised entirely. Like, Adam Sandler films have always been, especially in the last 10 years, horrific, disgusting. Some of you folks may know that I'm a survivor of child sexual abuse, and I was abused by women as a kid. And
old chum.
Adam Sandler made a film called That's My Boy. If you don't believe me, here it is. Which is about a kid that gets sexually abused by women in his school. And yeah, the whole thing is just played for laughs. And it super sucks. It super sucks. It's just absolutely horrific. Like, this is the worst thing that exists to me. Like, I hate Adam Sandler with every fiber of my being. Disgusting piece of fucking shit. Oh, it's just wacky fun. Statutory rape is just wacky fun. Yeah, I love that. Love that for me. Yeah. Stewie says, DJ, I gotta try out something with this, something new this week. The new COVID variant, 0 out of 10, would not recommend. Just look at it, so good in the content. Good to see you. Shit, Stewie, I'm sorry to hear that, mate. Honestly, fucking hell. Yeah, let's get some love in the chat for Stewie. Hope you get well soon. Hope you get well soon, lovely.
Netflix, a
Good to
seasonal
see you.
film which followed the life of a man called Hubby, which I'm now realising may be pronounced Hubie. Hubie Halloween. Would that make more sense? I'm too
Yeah,
deaf
Adam
for
Sandler
this.
doesn't make movies, he makes money for his friends. That's absolutely spot on, Del. You're right. Yeah.
Okay, I
Hello,
don't
by the
know
way.
pronunciation. He may be called Hubby or Hubie, but he has a learning disability, and he is played as a protector of the town. This cliche shows disabled folks as
Oh, so Adam Sandler playing a guy with a learning disability. That's not happened before, has it?
simple beings, incapable of complex emotions, which is, incredibly patronising and damaging. I mean, as much as we all want a thermos flask that doubles as a Swiss Army knife, we also want representation. That was a weird one. In some stories, eccentricity and insanity may also be bywords for kindness and generosity. The characters may preserve childlike innocence lost by normal people, or their mental health conditions may inspire them to do things that would seem irrational but actually have deep meaning, especially if they're a religious character. In medieval times, it was a common belief that eccentrics were touched by God, and saints were expected to behave in a quirky manner. That's why they got gruesomely murdered, obviously. And lastly, the superhero. Largely disliked as a trope by disabled people, these characters with disabilities are shown as going above and beyond the level of even non-disabled people, in spite of their disabilities. This has led to the belief that a wheelchair user should be training for the Paralympics, or a genius cripple. Anyone blind or with a learning disability should be practicing to be a famous artist, and that having clinical depression should obviously turn you into a famous
Yeah, that's right, Blues Cat.
Yeah, obviously. Turn that disability right upside down. In some cases, the character turns out to have a special talent or skill that no other character can beat, sometimes implicitly making
Okay, I was just waiting to see if that engine noise would pick up on the mic. You have to be hearing that. You have to be hearing that. You have to be hearing that. There's no way you can't hear that. That's just fucking insane. That's just fucking absolutely insane. I can't stand people with engines like that. It makes me fucking sick. Hey, Plink. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, it's good that that you can't hear it as loud as I can hear it, but are they racing out there? Honestly, hell is to pay. I live like near like a big fucking whatever you want to call it. It's probably not even the engine. Yeah, whatever. Who cares? The fucking car, the exhaust. I don't give a fuck what part of the fucking car it is. It's just fucking stupid ass fucking prick, cunt, fucking twat. Fuck them off. Fuck them all off.
Making up for the disability, sometimes bordering
Yeah, just a
on
shitty mod on the exhaust.
straight
Yeah.
superpower. And while it's certainly an improvement on pity,
Fucking hate it.
can get irritating. Since, you know, most disabled people just kind of want to get on with life. I mean, it would be nice to have more ramps. That would be nice. I'd like it if my medication was
No, I know what you mean,
on
Quill.
time,
Yeah.
and I didn't have to argue every single month with the pharmacy about the fact that I'm not an old lady. That would be great. They refuse to deliver to my house because I'm not an old lady. They don't seem to think that people can need medication at a young age.
The more and more I'm reading chat and chat is learning about British life today is that I'm thinking that Britain is actually just like Florida. Like, are we sure that like Florida wasn't part of the UK and it just kind of broke off and, you know, the colonizers took it over there? Like, are we sure that that didn't happen? You know?
Literally, that's their thinking. Why do you need so much medication? You're so young. Tell me about it. Would you like to take this up with my body? File a complaint, Mum. Get in line. Unsurprisingly, this trait is disparagingly known as the super crip. This trope has emerged more and more in the past few years. Society and the media have become increasingly aware of inclusivity.
Lots of Brits go to Florida? Sure.
But instead of, you know, levelling out the playing field, we've just gone in the opposite direction, where disabled folks were historically portrayed as the secondary
UK is the Florida of Europe, that's right. That's very true.
we were talking about before, props to move the narrative along or even the sub storylines. Definitely coining that phrase. We're now entering an era where disabled people can't just be disabled, they have to be extra special.
Right.
Whether that's the fictional superpower such as Captain Rhodes from the Marvel Universe, who's paraplegic yet still manages to fly around in his suit, or just someone who's perceived as an overachiever, like Sean from The Good Doctor, whose autism makes him such an amazing doctor like wow.
I would like to know what autistic folks in the chat think about the guy from the movie Cube. If you've seen the movie Cube, there is like an autistic guy who is like mainly non-verbal, or it's implied that he's autistic. I don't know the specificities of it. Like, I don't think they say autism in the movie, but they do call him the Arsler. One of the worst characters calls him the Arsler, and it just turns out that he's like really, really good at maths, like extremely good at maths, like knows every prime number in existence and stuff. That is the prequel to Cube 2 Hypercube. That's right, yeah. Memo to self, watch Cube. Do have it, but I haven't seen it. It is a really good, like, movie about social, I guess, like the way that people fit into society. It's a movie about society. It's a movie about society. It sounds tropey. Well, that's why I want people to who've seen it, you know? So it is the terrible autism TV trope. Damn, that kind of sucks. In later movies, they reveal he's a normal dude with brain damage. Wait, what? That's fucking annoying. You didn't get the going live notification? Love Jessica's work. Turn on notifications in the Discord. Make sure if you're in the Discord that you've got notification pings turned on, because that will literally like ping you when I go live every time. Or turn on notifications on Twitter, because I only ever tweet to say that I'm going live nowadays. But welcome in, Mark. Don't worry about it. Here's a link to the video. Wait, is that a link to the video? Yes. Oh, wait. Oh, fuck. Why did that happen? Why did that happen? Is that a link to the video? Is that right? Yes, it is. There you go. There you go. It was just Rain Man number powers in the original Cube movie. Right, okay. Thank you for letting me know, gang. Right, okay. Yeah, that kind of sucks. I appreciate how he survives, but being critical, it does feed into the innocent and sympathy tropes, which are also harmful. Yeah, not good. Not good. Hey, Chaos Merlin, what's going on? Welcome in. Okay, let's crack on.
Spot a millisecond of altered heart activity so subtle that not even the monitors can pick it up. He can also recall every page of every single medical textbook he's ever read and immediately recall relevant information for the situation, thus allowing him to make technically perfect medical decisions at all times. I don't know why neurotypical doctors bother, really. According to that show, anyone who has had to look something up twice is useless. Disabled people are also meant to do the undoable, such as in Senior Year, the Netflix film featuring Rebel Wilson, where a girl miraculously wakes up from a coma after 20 years with no impact on her physical or mental health. She even gets gifted an iPhone that she uses straight out of the box with no instructions. I mean, I can't do that, and I'm firmly planted in this decade. I can't lie, I've done the rehab, the physical therapy, the let's get this bit of your body working, uphill struggle, myself, and it is boring, yeah. There's a reason they make it a montage in films. There's just a lot of, 2 steps forwards, 1 step backwards, but your expectations may be a little high on the 2 decades of coma and
yeah,
will
that's
be fine
nuts.
one.
That's
Let's take a look at some other examples.
Like, to end up in a coma, you need to have, received brain trauma, at least, right? That's what makes a coma happen. It's when your body experiences so much trauma that your brain is just like, nope, shut down. And it's and it does actually damage your brain. It absolutely has. One of my friends was in a coma after being in a car crash, and it really fucked with him. He is disabled now, Sometimes see ads for the Good Doctor during NFL season. They're super cringe. Yeah, not good. Not fucking good.
What the internet's coining. I love that word. Hollywood disability. A really great way to see the superhero trope in action is in the actual superhero world. Now, there's no denying that superheroes have the power to inspire and entertain an audience, especially younger people who often look to this alternative reality as a form of escapism, she says as one of those younger people. But this is a virtual playing field for a cross-section of society, and the way certain characters are portrayed isn't always the best.
Right,
so,
Cynthia,
let's look at some examples here. Daredevil, Matt Murdock. I mean, this character was rendered blind from having toxic chemicals thrown in his face, and like many others who are visually impaired, he relies on listening intently, mapping the world around him with his fingers and body, and paying attention to disturbances in the air in order to orient himself. However, unlike most other completely blind or visually impaired people, Matt Murdock's other senses are so heightened that he is almost not blind, because they're just so good, he can basically see a 3D render of the world. Now, I personally think
So this is like that film with Rutger Hauer, Blind Fury. Blind Fury is kind of like that. Has anyone here seen Blind Fury? I feel like Blind Fury is like that, but less perfect. He does things that no blind person should be able to do, but he does, need help still with it. Yeah, the Rutger Hauer movie. Yeah. It's a pretty good movie. I've not watched it in a while, but he does need. Yeah, Blind Fury is based on a Japanese film, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know what is it. Is it literally? Oh god damn it! I know the name now. Now that you've said it, I know the name because I've seen it. Oh my god, Zaidatsu. Is it Zaidatsu, the blind warrior, or something? Oh my god. Zaibatsu? Zatoichi! That's the name, Zatoichi. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Hey Zadakis, how you doing? Your name coming in with the Z reminded me of the name. I was like, oh shit, it's that.
that this is fine if we say it's the toxic chemicals that gave him the radar-like powers. Radioactive chemicals? Radar powers? Makes perfect sense. Just ask Spider-Man. But if we just present it as, oh, he's blind, therefore he can hear things really well, then it's an irritatingly unrealistic portrayal of blindness. And I might have a vested interest in this though, because as a deaf person who gets asked whether I can see better all the time.
Cheer it from Rogue One. Don't worry, that film doesn't count because it's shit.
I'm blind in one eye, so no. Captain Marvel Jr. Freddie Freeman first appeared in Whiz Comics in the 1940s as the civilian casualty of the battle between his hero, Captain Marvel, and the superpowered Aryan villain, Captain Nazi. Oh yes, they really were that on the nose with the naming of villains back then. During the battle, Freddy's left leg is paralysed and his grandfather is killed. So Captain Marvel takes pity on him and shares some of his powers with the boy, allowing him to transform into a superpowered version of himself as soon as he says, Captain Marvel! Of course, once he's finished with that week's story, he then has to go back to just being Freddy in his sad little wheelchair, meaning that every edition is just a tale of Freddy trying to escape rather than come to terms with and live with his disability.
Yeah, super
Poor
messed up.
Freddy. They did you wrong. Oracle. Once again, showing that if you become physically disabled and can't do the thing you were super amazingly good at before, then you better develop some...
Wait, what? Thor was originally a physically frail guy who could turn into Thor? What the fuck?
Genius level powers and become better than everyone else at a different thing. Is Barbara Gordon, otherwise known as Catwoman. Being shot in the spine by the Joker and paralysed from the waist down isn't even the worst part of her injury though. It's that he does it to annoy her dad, because she's just his property, right? Why, despite this, Barbara becomes the DCU's resident computer genius and director of the Birds of Prey, quickly becoming a fan favourite, until they brought her back in the new 52 as able-bodied. Which, what? Wasn't she meant to be training Wendy Harris, aka Proxy, who's also a paraplegic character, but now she can walk?
He has a cane and when he taps it, it turns into Mjolnir? What the fuck?
Is a double amputee in her human form, but thanks to Dr. Kurt Connors, who is a Spider-Man villain, Lizard, she's able to transform into a creature that can not only walk, but also regrow lost body parts. If only it were as simple as a short trip to Pets at Home to pick up an amphibian, eh? Unlike the original Lizard, Komodo has a much greater level of control.
The Hulk is supposed to have DID? Wait, so you mean Bruce Banner? Like that's why he turns into the Hulk, because it's his alternate personality? Is that right to say? One of his personalities? I don't know.
Control over when her transformations happen and doesn't become a mindless animal. But the treatment of her disabilities in the comic books hasn't been all that great. In Avengers The Initiative #3, during a battle with Spider-Man that just develops into an insult-throwing contest, Spidey threatens Komodo with the removal of her powers and she just breaks down sobbing, claiming that
might be a
without
reckon in the
powers
comics,
and
but yeah,
legs,
whoa.
she's nobody. Thanks, Marvel. It's realistic and relatable to portray characters struggling with a disability. I mean, we all struggle at some point with every part of our identity.
Got broken by abuse from his father.
Disabled joy and just, bland.
Alters is what it's called. Thanks,
Mixed
Trunks.
in with the why me, or else you're just being rude about us. Side point though, at least no one tries to cure her disability completely. Jericho, probably the unhappiest story on the list. That's saying something. Young Joseph Wilson, aka Jericho, was held hostage by a terrorist named Jackal to force his father, Slade Wilson, better known as Deathstroke, to divulge secret information, but they severely underestimated his father, who just didn't care that much. Great fathering. And as a result, young Joseph's throat was slit, rendering him mute. His character was initially portrayed with a lot of sensitivity and insight, as his emotions and thoughts were conveyed through visuals, rather than just relying on the age-old thought bubble to spell things out to the reader. He also used American Sign Language to communicate. However, the writers started...
Miniature Blaze says, the way she passively aggressively smiles hurts me. Kind of weird to just come in like the first time chat that you do in this fucking stream is like being weird about a disabled creator who is talking about disabled issues, and the first thing that you say is you don't like the way that she smiles. Kind of fucked up, to be honest. Hello, Seal Uwu, welcome in. Has she talked about Moon Knight yet? No, don't think so. I know a system that is plural, worth noting that it's really messed up to call it a disorder. Fuck the DSM. Okay, yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, it's called plural, innit? Like, not exactly DID, yeah.
Started a badly portrayed storyline of insanity for him that wasn't very well received, and then, oops.
Yeah, isn't that why people started calling bipolar just like bipolar? Rather than like bipolar disorder?
Just walked everything back And now he's fully sane and he can talk again. I'm sorry, what now? There goes the mutism representation.
Hey, Lost Features.
And while we're on the topic of destroying representation, Puck. Eugene Milton Judd is a tough
Puck from Berserk
of the Canadian superhero team Alpha Flight, a spin-off of Marvel's Uncanny X-Men, who also has a very short fuse. He has a type of dwarfism known as achondroplasty that also causes him chronic pain, but he's relentlessly positive and is able to use his diminished size and agility to his advantage, utilising his body as a weapon and cartwheeling through opponents, usually with a few cheeky one-liners thrown in. However, sadly, the original conception of Puck as a happy dwarf.
Commenting on body language and expressions is not weird. Yes, it is. Fuck off. You're not welcome in this community. Go fuck yourself. Plus I'm shagging your dad. Plus L. Plus ratio. Plus you fell off. Ooh. Told you, gang. We get the weird ones when we go in the politics section. That's how it works.
Kick ass.
What kind of a person says commenting on body language and expressions is not weird? It is weird. You're a fucking weirdo. Like, I beg you to, like, go outside and speak to, like, an actual real person. That you would not dream of saying that to that person's face. You fucking coward. Like, that's the only reason that people say shit like that in Twitch chats, innit? Like, literally, that's the only reason that people say shit like that in Twitch chats is because they think they're being Billy fucking big bollocks and be like, oh, she's fucking weird. I don't like how she smiles. You wouldn't dream of saying that to this woman's face. You fucking coward. Get fucked. God, it fucking pisses me off that.
Without superpowers was retconned to Volume 3 of Alpha Flight, and in it, Puck is just reimagined as a thief.
Hey, Hazawa, how's it going? In China, people with disabilities are given innumerable benefits. Yeah, that's good, as they should.
Rather than a disability.
As they should.
This decision was understandably highly controversial and just flat insulting. He was pretty cool being himself, but no. Sadly, once his character attributes were adjusted, he was less fun and much more annoying. See? Chronically ill people, fun. Magic people, annoying. Moon Knight, a mercenary
Here we go, Moon Knight, Seal Uwu.
with dissociative identity disorder who gets special powers from an Egyptian moon god called Khonshu. As you do. Mark Spector, also known as Moon Knight, has the benefit of being able to hear from multiple viewpoints in his head at once and thus can figure things out before other characters. So his disability is an asset. So we know why the superhero trope is problematic in terms of portraying disabilities in the wrong way. But what's the actual effect? Well, on the surface, these portrayals, although exaggerated and unrealistic, it could be argued, allow those who have a physical or mental impairment to see themselves represented on screen in a way which they've never experienced before, right? Well, yes! But the superpowers these characters have also kind of directly negate their disabilities, making disabled folks question, could I actually be a superhero if I can't overcome my own disability? Why do we need to overcome it, friends? Why? Thus leading them to question their own internal sense of self and ultimately strength. And there's nothing.
I think that is the experience of plural individuals divided. Yeah, I think that it is not extra brains, but like you do, like literally, you know, well, you are several, you know, people, more than one person, essentially, you know. More than one personality in it.
Like any portrayal of a minority group on screen, I personally think the best way to inspire, ignite, and teach people about their narratives is to make them realistic as much as you can with, you know, a superhero story. There are some examples out there of superheroes whose superpowers don't directly interact with their disability.
My superpower is the ADHD 1,000 yard stare. I literally do that most streams. If you ever see me sort of like looking here, because the center of my screen is here, right? So I'm looking directly at Jessica's face right now, right? If you see me like looking here, I'm kind of like halfway in between the camera, which is here, and like the middle of my screen, which is there. So it's like, if you see me looking here, I'm doing the ADHD 1,000 yard stare, because there's nothing there. I'm not looking at anything. I'm just like, you know, that's it. Realistic, it's comic book heroes. Yeah, you're a piece of shit. Fuck off. Yeah, sorry. We're literally like listening to a disabled person talk about bad disability tropes in media, and you're coming in being like, oh, it's only comic book heroes. Like, You're a piece of shit. You're a disgusting piece of shit. You can portray realistic struggles in comics. You can. Yeah, you can. It's possible. And actually, it's good to do that. But I guess you'll never learn why because you're a dickhead. If you do want to learn why, you know, maybe don't, like, be a piece of shit as soon as you pop into someone's fucking stream for the first time. If you want to learn, you know.
Such as Professor X, Charles Xavier. He's both paraplegic and a telepathic mutant, but his telepathic abilities aren't directly able to make him walk again, although his mental self does often walk when inside a person's consciousness. In X-Men, Charles is a globally respected scientific expert in the field of genetics and plays an ambassadorial role in promoting peaceful relations between humans and their superpowered counterparts. Attempts are not made at curing the professor.
Yeah, we're in the politics
Why
category,
would they
gang.
be? That would be insulting and largely redundant since
Mildred released a video about Mad God. Are you shitting me, Joe? Put it in the chat immediately. Okay, we're watching that in a bit. We're watching that in a bit. Slam that in my fucking browser right now. Oh, fucking shit.
Phil Tippett's Mad God is a 2022 mixed media, but mostly...
Wait, okay. Oh, it's 14 minutes long. Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, Mildred. Fuck yeah. Right, we're watching that in a bit. We're watching that in a bit. Okay. Buzzing. We're not gonna watch the weird right-wing shit tonight. We'll watch that tomorrow instead. We're watching that tonight. Mad God stream, Mad God stream. Let's fucking go.
Anything from him physically. Hawkeye, aka Clint Barton, is a superhero I have discussed before.
I imagine it is going to be spoilery, yeah.
Left-hand corner, or in the description to watch that video. Hawkeye's eardrums were damaged in action, leading to him become deaf. Or
Mildred's really good with spoiler warnings, though. So you know, I'm sure that she'll tell us when it comes to it, you know?
Appearing in the MCU. He's only hard appearing in the MCU. Deaf in the comics. However, he's learnt to use sign language as a communication tool and to read people's body language. Again, his superpower doesn't improve this, it's just part of his makeup, part of who he is. Echo, another comic book character who also appears in the Hawkeye TV show that we have previously discussed on this channel. She's the adopted daughter of crime boss Kingpin, and she follows suit fighting against other superheroes such as Daredevil. Echo is born deaf and uses ASL to communicate. This doesn't affect her ability to have strong fighting skills. In fact, the two don't have any connection, which is even better. Doctor Strange. I guess he's potentially a grey area in terms of good or bad representation, but I do like that he spends a large portion of the time
see you later,
after his
Tatsuyuka.
injury trying to fix it, and then comes to terms with the fact he can't. As you probably know, Stephen Strange was an incredible neurosurgeon before the tragic car accident was causing nerve damage to both of his hands. Of all the disabled or injured characters in superhero comics and films, Doctor Strange having his hands crushed and broken and then having to relearn how to use them and realizing he'll never be able to do the same things again is probably the one I relate to most. So I have a genetic disability that paralyzes my limbs quite suddenly for periods of time, and the first time it happened in a big way was when I paralyzed both of my arms for a year and a half when I was a teenager. They've never worked as well as they did before. And that scene of looking down at your hands and they just don't move how you want them to is painfully realistic. Sadly, unlike Doctor Strange, I haven't used my lack of fine motor skills to spur me into learning actual magic. I'm happy to report that I can live with my disability without needing the boost in mystical skills. So, go me. One thing I do really like is that Doctor Strange's hands reach a point where they just don't improve beyond that. And that doesn't just apply to his ability to do amazing things like surgery, but also simple things like putting his own clothes on, doing up buttons, which he then just gets magic to do for him. I guess in the real world you just have to get a carer. Can't put clothes on. I've got magic though, so it's fine. Not that disabled because I've got magic. Buttons though. Freaking buttons.
And that's why it sucks, because it's like we don't ever see the reality of what disabled people go through, because the lens at which we look through at disabled people is what was shown in the media, right? So if we never see an actual portrayal of what it's like to be disabled, then all we're doing is going, oh, actually, it's not that much of a problem. You know, it doesn't enter into our heads because it's like, oh, I don't need to think about it because it's whatever, you know? And it really does suck if you've never seen an actual, if you don't know any actually disabled people, if you don't understand what, you know, disability is and shit like that, you know? Right, and it's from the point of view of able people, right? Exactly, yeah.
Baby buttons. That's a great way to remind yourself you're not able-bodied. Have a baby and then try to do up their buttons. I do like that even with his magic as the Sorcerer Supreme, he just still can't go back to his old life as a surgeon and with Christine. In real life, magic just doesn't cure disabilities. It doesn't. Deadpool, one anti-hero we all know and love. So he's terminally ill with cancer, and then he's offered a place in a program that might provide a cure for his cancer, but oh no, it just gave him superpowers, and he's still dying of cancer, constantly. It's just that his body now heals back to its cancer-ridden state. Oh. It sounds weird saying it out loud, but I really enjoy watching someone in constant pain. It's just so relatable. There's also something to be said for the realism of it.
Kes Merlin says, I was so ashamed when I couldn't dress myself for almost a year as a teen. I'm still not great with buttons or tight tops and jumpers. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, you don't want to be feeling ashamed when you're disabled, because it's like, well, it's not your fault that you're like that. Do you know what I mean? And it's not your fault that society doesn't have, you know, the right idea about how we should like care for each other. Like, we don't live, unfortunately, we don't live in a society that like where people care and love for each other, and therefore, you know, we constantly think about how we need to be changing the way things are and how things are done for disabled people. You know, and it's just really sucks. It makes disabled people feel like shit, and makes them feel like, oh, you know, this world just wasn't meant for me, you know, kind of thing. Not only is it inaccurate, you're also painfully aware of how able/neurotypical people actually see you. Right, exactly, yeah, this is it. The media and society at large forces that shame in its portrayal, yeah, 100%.
Like, yes, if you're a superhero, even one who heals particularly well, it's going to hurt a lot. But what would be even better in terms of representation? How about a superhero whose physical or mental disability isn't made reference to at all? Like, it's not even part of the narrative. I mean, if we want to normalise perceptions within society of disability, then we have to normalise what we see on screen and around us first. It's definitely a good thing for people to not only see a character that's like them, but also badass and still has to deal with the same difficulties. However,
yeah, I think able-bodied people don't realise that, like, until very recently in history, if you became disabled, you were just sent away. Yeah, which 9 times out of 10 meant, like, sent to an institution where it's just basically like a prison. It's just literally a prison, you know? Building a world that doesn't exclude disabled people will benefit able people as well. Right, okay, exactly, because, like, why do we have, like, a bunch of stuff that just makes life extremely hard? You know what I mean? Like, you know, able people will benefit from shit that helps disabled people too, right? After my coma, I still struggle with my leg after a year after. My foot is completely stiff. It's not much, but makes driving a car impossible and getting around a pain in the ass because of all the strain and basically on my other leg. Yeah. Yeah. And that's another thing as well, DJ. Yeah, able-bodied people need to remember being able-bodied is only a temporary condition. We all eventually become disabled due to time. That's absolutely right. Yeah. And it's like me, like Shafiq is really given me the nudge to like say this out loud, to be honest, but like it has been hard for me to like come to terms with the fact that I'm disabled, because like, you know, ADHD is a disability in a lot of ways, and I think a lot of like the way that disability is portrayed in society, just in generally in media and in society, it's like you just think that, oh no, you absolutely like, you need to, like, you know, if you're neurodivergent, your disability doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like shit like that. It's like, oh, it's not a proper disability and shit like that. And I think a lot more people are actually like disabled than we would actually class as disabled, you know? Right, I'm an able-bodied disabled person. Exactly, Shafiq. Yeah, I'm literally the same as you know? It's one of them, innit? And it's really weird. It's like you just don't think that you are, you know? The better term to use is abled. Right, there you go. There you go. Yeah. A lot of resources around ADHD aren't geared towards coming to terms with your ADHD, but how to overcome it. And that's absolutely it, Otterboatman. Like, it's like, when I came to terms with my ADHD and realized, like, oh my God, I have like a thing that is just me, right? It's just how my brain works. And I just kind of need to learn how to deal with it in a different way than other people deal with stuff. And I've got to not beat myself up about not being able to live, quote unquote, normally, right? Then I started to realize, oh, I could do this shit. Rather than, you know, feeling like the world was not meant for me and shit like that, and getting extremely depressed all the time. Like, I get like, when I have like a quote unquote depression day, it's not really depression, it's just like, what do they call it? Executive dysfunction paralysis, where it's like, I just simply can't do anything. I simply cannot and will not do anything, and that's it, because my brain has no energy left, because I've just used it too much. I just don't get depressed anymore. I'm just like, this is normal. This is just what I do, you know? The treatment of disability is a dirty word by abled and neurotypical people create a lot of these problems. I agree, yeah. Hey, B-Rat, what's going on? Yeah, brain go blare. Yeah, you know the score. It takes a lot of time to come to terms with disability. Yeah, I imagine that's the same for like every disability as well, you know? Like, I imagine a lot of people, no matter like what, like, well, I wouldn't call it level, like, but what type of disability you have is going to be sat there going like, maybe I'm not as disabled as other people, so my disability doesn't count, you know? Which is not true. There's the thing about invisible disabilities when it comes to how people treat you too. Right, yeah, that too. Yeah. Yeah, brain go blare feeling is different to depression feeling. I used to get depression because I was in brain go blare. Bad brain day. But now I don't, because I know it's just like part of who I am, and it's like, okay, it just means I get to like sit down and watch garbage for a day, you know? I'm having one of those kind of days. Yeah, you know, just revel in it. Try not to focus too much. Don't beat yourself up for not being able to focus in it. I can't define what it is anymore just by becoming so numb to it, as well as having to scream to call something pain, even though I can be aching all over. Yeah, absolutely, Alejandro. Yeah, this is the thing. It's like, you know, even if you have like a disability like that, you're still gonna, I guess society gaslights you, right? Society gaslights all of us, you know? Still have to catch myself calling me lazy on those days. Yep, you know the one. Don't come into my head like that. I know I shouldn't go, but am I really disabled because other disabled folk have different struggles to me? Well, this is it. Yeah, we shouldn't be doing that, because it's not about the different... it's not about having different struggles. It's about if something stops you from living your life, you know, in the way that we're supposed to live it, I guess. I don't know. If something stops you from being able to do something, that's what it is, right? Hey, Middle Earth Marxist. Yeah, I love trash too. Yeah, you know it. You fucking know it. I still struggle with saying out loud, this might be due to my ADHD. Even when I write it, I feel like I'm lying. Yeah. Tends to get into an anxiety loop as a result. I need to be doing something, time's wasting away. That's the worst thing, hell to pay. Yeah, that's the worst thing. Knowing that it happens, though, is like, thank fucking God. Like, I'm so thankful that I'm like, I know this is part of who I am now. And I don't actually get, like, I guess you'd call it extracurricular anxiety anymore. Because, like, I know the anxiety loop that I get in with ADHD, and I can recognize it, and I can go, no, stop it. Stop feeling bad about not doing anything. Just don't do anything. You'll feel better tomorrow, you know? And it's always the case. It's always the case. Feel better tomorrow. Might be different for you, but it's different from me, you know?
However, we shouldn't be saying that the only way to make these daunting characters cool or brave is for them to use superpowers to erase their disability or become able-bodied. Because erasing, my friends, is, as far as last I checked, not the definition of representing. We 100% need more disability.
And also, another thing that we don't talk about a lot is that sometimes we don't accept who we are because our parents just simply would not either, right? I think a lot of the time we forget that, like, our parents defining us is extremely bad for society in general, not just in terms of queerness, but also in terms of, like, disability. Because if I turned around, like, my mom and dad have had a hard time accepting that I've got ADHD, right? They're just like, oh, everybody has that. Everybody has that. And it's like, no, they don't. You have it because you two birthed me, and I have it. I have the thing that you have, right? But if I turned around to them and said, yeah, I'm disabled, no fucking way. No fucking way. Because they would also have to admit that they are disabled. And there's no way they would do that. Yeah, or everyone is a bit autistic. Yeah, shit like that too. Hey, Mr. Dank, how you doing? What's going on? Wait, what did Goblin Hugger say? That resonated with you, Yanni B? Society gaslights me into thinking that my brain zoomies ultimately always make me crash in spectacular ways is how I should be all the time. Because productivity, right, exactly, yeah. Whereas it's impossible. You know. It's impossible to be like that all the time. Don't even get me started on everyone's a bit autistic. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not good. It's not good to say that. My parents have been getting better, partly due to all their kids being disabled in some way kind of forces you to. Literally me and my folks, when I said I was getting an ADHD referral, it's so bad. Especially because you need your folks to be like, oh yeah, I remember what they were like when they were a kid. You know? It's hard. It's hard as fuck. It's hard enough to find their expectations enough to not be cis. Yeah, exactly, right, exactly. Yeah.
Disabled characters who not only save the world, but gain their love interest, are at the forefront of change, just struggle with their condition and just share raw emotions. Everyone deserves representation on screen, and accurate representation is that. We all want to be the heroes
hey Johnny, what's
of our
going on?
narrative and not be told that we have to change or erase parts of us to do that. There are definitely going to be some amazing disabled superheroes that I missed out on talking about today, largely because I was talking about the ones that I don't love the representation of. And then ones that I'm like, yeah, they're okay. I'll do.
Yeah, go follow Johnny, everyone. He's a lovely lad.
Do.
My family are particularly supportive. Every time I struggle to organize or tidy my space or keep on top of applications or paperwork, it's all lazy, not trying. Fucking destroy me bit by bit. Yeah, you need to get out of there, bro. I know it's easier said than done. But, like, yeah. Yeah, you gotta get out of that fucking gaff, bro. Like, it's fucking horrible. Especially after, like, what your dad said to you yesterday. I can't remember if it was yesterday or the other day, you know?
In the comments below, list the ones that you think are actually really good. Thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed this sort of deep dive into the classic.
You know the score. If you've just got here, get that video playing in another tab or save it for later and actually watch it yourself. Fucking hell yeah, we love Jessica. She's absolutely amazing. Give her a like, give her a subscribe, and give her a comment. You know, very, very, very cool, very, very, very gay. We love it. We love to see it. So, chat. We just got news.
Phil Tippett's Mad God.
Oh, the Mildred has done a video about the movie that I watched yesterday. Now, this probably won't lead us to the end of the stream, so I probably will be watching some of the weird right-wing stuff later on. So if you want to stick around for that, definitely do so. If you don't want spoilers for Mad God, I don't know if Mildred is going to go straight into spoilers for Mad God. But we are going to watch the video. So we're going to just jump into just chatting for a little bit while we watch... oh, that's not a real category. Hang on. While we talk about Mad God with Mildred. So I'm going to do content warning for spoilers, content warning for gross horror and shit like that. Just in case. There you go. Spoilers might actually help me watch it and not shit myself. I'm gonna be honest with you, chat. It's kind of a hard movie to spoil because, like I said, there's not really a notable story. You know? Yeah, no worries, super sweet boy. Yeah, no worries. Thank you for being here, lovely. Yeah, no worries, real life blues cat. That's cool. Yeah, see you later. Don't worry about it, honestly. Play some Andrew Tate. Hey, Giant Official, what's going on? I don't even know who that is. Did I accidentally end stream? No. Mildred kind of got smashed a bit by COVID, I think, a little bit back. Oh, that fucking sucks. God damn it. No, everyone's okay. Okay, everyone's cool. All right, dope. Yeah, just try and refresh and, you know, turn down the quality settings. We got quality settings today. Oh, Manosphere, dude, massive piece of shit. Oh, that's why you were doing the Kappa face, Giant Official. Yeah, no worries. I think I do know who he is. I just, like, I block all these guys out on my brain because I'm like, whatever. You know? It's the guy who called his YouTube channel Tate Speech, as in, what, as in, like, free speech? Oh, hate speech. Oh, yeah, okay. They did a cringe corner on the guy. Oh, yeah. Halo for Lyra, what's going on? Yeah, I know which guy you're on about. Yeah, I know which guy you're on about. Yeah. Yeah. It's all coming back to me now. It's all coming back to me now. Yeah, he's literally a sex trafficker. Yeah. Allegedly. Right. So anyway, where was I? Yes, we're going to really quickly check out Mildo's Mad God review. Very exciting. Content warning for spoilers, content warning for gore and horror. But while we're here, chat, don't forget, I do this for a living. If you look at the bar down below, that is a dono goal for my costs of living. So if you are feeling nice and you're financially able to, please consider subscribing off of Twitch. If you do the sub off Twitch command in the chat, you will be directed to my PayPal, where you can be safe in the knowledge that 100% of the money that you donate to that link will come to your boy. And also, we will be sending a message to Twitch, who are a terrible platform for marginalized people. They do not listen to us. They do not care that marginalized people get hate rated all the time. Still, it still happens. We still don't have the tools to get rid of that. They still haven't, stopped pandering to white supremacists on this platform. I did a whole video about it that you can check out with the socials tab. The socials command on my YouTube. But anyway, yeah, please consider subscribing off Twitch. If we get to the £800 donor goal, that means I will be doing a Gandalf cosplay sometime next month, and we will be streaming Battle for Middle-earth 2 and some educational games if we get to the £800 goal before the 28th of July. So there you go. There's the spiel. Give me money. I'm doing my job. I deserve money. Anyway, right. Let's check out the review. Let's check it the fuck out.
It is a 2022 mixed media, but mostly stop-motion animation, horror movie from special effects legend Phil Tippett. It is without question the most visually beautiful film I have ever seen.
I agree with that 100%. It is, like, extremely well made. Like, the quality is so good.
And if you're familiar with me and the type of thing I find beautiful, you should already be preparing to throw up in your mouth a little.
By the way, chat, this is Mildred's second channel, Scaredy Cats. If you're not subscribed to Scaredy Cats, what are you doing with your life? It's fucking amazing. Mildred has a lot of the same tastes in movies as me, which is why I love her. Just a very, 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 very cool content creator all round. Give her a like, give her a subscribe, give her a comment, have the video playing in a muted tab. You know the score.
Mad God asks us to step into a world where hope is impossible, where life is created merely to suffer and be discarded, each character trapped in an endless cycle of futile struggle, controlled by unthinking and uncaring institutions whose true intents are impossible to know.
So, I guess it's important to say that I will be talking about more of my thoughts on the film alongside Mildred's, because I didn't go too much into it before to avoid spoilers, but we're in spoiler territory now. And yeah, like that is the one of the best things about Mad God, is that it is literally just about capitalism. There are Nazis in it, and like I say, at some point there are two anarchists, but it is hard to make out whether they are actually good or not. I don't know. Like the one of the main characters in the film is definitely a Nazi, or like made by Nazis. It's very, very much in how they dress. There's like a stormtrooper kind of garb going on. Yeah, it's very interesting. Like I don't know about the politics of it in and out, but it does seem to be anti-capitalist in nature. It is just a bit weird that there's like a Nazi guy that's the main guy that you follow around. I don't know.
A putrid, moldering hellscape of enormous apocalyptic machinery powered by hideous biomechanical creatures held in endless, agonizing torture. Every inch of surface area caked in rot, feces, rust, and effluvia. Why would anyone want to watch something like that, you may ask? The answer is quite simple,
possibly,
my
DJ.
friends.
Also, hi,
I've been
Grave
open
Meat.
on this channel about my love for what I believe to be the most important and least appreciated aspect of horror media. I am, of course, referring to the wet puppet.
There's a lot of wet puppets. There's so many wet puppets in this video. It's in this movie. It's so fucking good. Everything is so slimy and gross and weird, and it's just great.
On these parts, a wet puppet is a puppet that's been spritzed down with some kind of goo to make it look all alive and gross. Mad God doesn't simply have a wet puppet, it doesn't simply have a few wet puppets. It does not only usurp the previous wet puppet champion of planet Earth, society, but does something unthinkable. The movie itself is just one big wet puppet.
It literally is, yeah.
Has some sort of
the puppet humidity is high, yeah.
Gooey mess spewing out other goos onto other gooey messes. The wetness of the puppets in this film is quite simply out of control. Sorry, that's not very professional of me. I just haven't been sleeping well lately. You know, I'm just so tired.
The workers reject slime,
It's
that's
either
right.
because of my crummy old mattress or the shadow man that watches me sleep. I can solve at least one of those problems with today's sponsor.
Okay, sponsor, let's get out of it.
Spooky soft, quite literally. Scratching no the size of getting it through doors because the chips all Shadow Man show after anymore. 100 nights to finance. Come here, let me tell you a little
Oh wait, I actually need a new mattress. Will these ship to the UK?
secret. You can get upwards of $200 off a mattress and 2 free pillows by going to helixsleep.com/scaredy.
Okay, this is literally... I might actually use this sponsor because I do need a new mattress at the minute.
Cats. Where we begin discussing this film in earnest. No, wait. I have the world's funniest joke. A word of caution before we begin discussing this film in earnest, scared, stupid. If you're the type of person who would be upset by, I don't know, hypothetically, seeing one puppet being forced to eat the shit of another puppet, this one's going to be a challenge for...
Yeah, there is like a lot of... So there's one scene that I really, really love. And it's because it's so fucked up that I love it. Where the guy who is known as the assassin enters a room of giants on chairs, right? Giants on chairs. And they have like these electrode hats on where they're being like electrocuted. It's obviously torture. But what's happening is, because the giants, you could see in the shot as he walks through this like chamber of giants, that the chairs have holes in. And these giants are literally constantly shitting themselves. Like constantly diarrhea coming out of their ass. Yeah, it's literally like the electric chair. Like that. I think that is the thing that happened in the electric chair, like because people would just shit themselves in it. And all the shit gets collected into a big vat, and it goes down a funnel into the mouth of like a biomechanical thing. And then the best thing about it is that they go into like a fucking into like a press, and they just make little poo people. They just make little poo people, and the little poo people are then like slaves. It's nuts. It's fucking nuts. I loved it. It's just like, right, yeah, okay. Yeah, I can see what this film is trying to get at. That's how you know it's definitely anti-capitalist. Right? Hey, King Kuth, what's going on? Yeah, the Shat Vat, that's right. It sounds like Amnesia: A Machine for Pigs. Oh, I've not played that. For you. I still think you should try to watch it. This is the type of movie where even if it challenges the limits No,
of
not
good
putty
taste,
people,
it's
no.
still something you should at least
The
try
little
to
poo
experience. But please, for the love of God, do not ingest any mind-altering substances before watching this movie.
Yeah, definitely. Like, if you're a stoner, I know that lots of you do drugs. In countries where it's legal to do drugs, like, definitely would not recommend. Like, do not get high as fuck and watch this movie, because it is just absurd. Like, it is beyond anything. Like, there's a lot going on in this film. A lot.
You would regret that decision. Mad God is the love child of Phil Tippett, a stop-motion animator who's worked on everything from RoboCop to Star Wars to Jurassic Park and, of course, Coneheads. Tippett
Wait, he did Coneheads? No way.
In the year 1990, after RoboCop 2 wrapped production. And I don't think I need...
How spoilery are we getting with this review? Well, I mean, it's hard to say. I'm going to be talking about things that happen in the movie. If you want to see the spoiler-free review, check out the VOD. At the start of the stream today, I did the spoiler-free review. But yeah, probably tune out for like the next half an hour, I reckon. Maybe longer. Sorry, King. I know it's not often that you're in the stream, but there you go.
I need to remind you that RoboCop 2 has one of the greatest bits of stop-motion animation in cinema history.
Yeah, this bit's fucking sick. Yeah, RoboCop 2, yeah. When they tried to remake RoboCop and they can't.
Tippett became disillusioned about the future of the medium of stop motion after working on Jurassic Park and shelved the project for 20 years, before finally getting a little bit of that Kickstarter money and producing it independently. Let me state from the jump here, I'm a little uncomfortable reviewing this movie because it's such a deeply personal project, such a labor of love.
Right. I'm so glad Mildo said it, because I was finding it hard to explain earlier on when I was talking about the movie, but it's like, you can't really review this because it's not like a product of a studio. This is like one man's vision. And to be honest, what I would say in general, in being like critical of Mad God, is that it's like, you just can't be critical, really, because there's nothing horrific in it. There's nothing like what do you want to call it, like there's nothing problematic in it in terms of, like, you know, like harmful stuff, right? Like, it's not like harmful media. There's nothing harmful in it. It is a bit like trying to review someone's soul, yeah, because it's like, you could tell it's like a labor of love, like Mildo says. His vision was wet-ass puppets, that's right, yeah. It's like art in it, you can critique it, but you can't really review. Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Well, I think it's the other way around. Like, you can review it, but you can't critique it, because it's like, how can you be critical of what someone is like, this is what I wanted to make. It took 30 years to make. It's an uncompromising vision. And he just went and did it. He did what the fuck he wanted, and that's it. You either like it or you don't. Do you know what I mean? You can't really complain about it. It's like, well, that's it. That's it. It's just there, you know?
Such a work of unparalleled mastery, undiluted by any sort of commercial intrusion. My thoughts feel completely irrelevant. Who the hell am I? Who is anyone to criticize this? What would you compare it to? Feels to me like that would be criticizing someone's diary entry. Like, who cares what your opinions are on it? It's a thing that exists
I agree,
for its
King,
own expression. Your input is unnecessary. I strongly encourage you to watch this movie for yourself. You can stream it right now on Shudder. I can't really communicate to you what watching it feels like. It would be like trying to describe an orgasm to somebody that's never had one, except orgasms feel good, and watching Mad God feels... well, it doesn't feel like an orgasm. Delightfully awful?
Yeah, it is,
you see has gone so far into a horrific, disgusting, nightmarish direction that there's this sense of glee in seeing how far it can push you. Just how bad
get
it's
Shudder,
gonna
King.
get. And the
See you in a
craftsmanship
bit.
on display is constantly striking, with a dizzying flurry of influences.
Oh,
Everything
definitely
from
HR
H.R. Geiger
Geiger,
to
yeah.
those weird troll figurines that some people have to Zadislav
Zdzisław Beksiński.
It all meshes together and into one visual cacophony that is at once overwhelming, but always eminently readable. No matter how complex whatever you're looking at is, you always know where you're supposed to look.
Yeah.
The film maintains this deliberate focus in a way that feels effortless, like it's magic. You might notice that I've kind of danced around talking about the story of the movie, and I don't really know how to convey that to you. Like, I could describe the events as they happened in the movie, but that would do so little to make you understand how those...
You see, this is exactly what I'm talking about. She's right. Like, how can I couldn't tell you what the story is, because the story is just like, stuff happen. There aren't like characters per se, right? In terms of like, there's no character development. Like, you don't really learn anything about, like, any of the characters, and there's no relation that they have to anything important happening in the story. It's just like, this is a weird, fucked up world, and that's it. How is this one guy's work? No, well, it's obviously not one guy's work. There are a bunch of different animators that worked on it. I think there's about 20 animators listed in the credits, but the credits is... shockingly thin compared to the amount of work that's on display. Honestly, it's actually extremely impressive how few people worked on this movie.
Those events feel. On papes, it sounds very straightforward and unremarkable, because the events of the story aren't really what's important. What's important is how that story is told to you. There's no dialogue in this movie. Characters will occasionally make sounds that approach being full words, and sometimes either babble incoherently or speak some language that the audience is not privy to.
Yeah.
But the story is conveyed through the...
There's like a moment where a character starts speaking, and it's so hard to describe, but it's like... because you haven't heard any dialogue for the whole film, and the soundscape is like so amazing, right? You kind of literally just like, is this character saying something? And you're literally like, what? Sort of a la Faces of Death. Well, I've never seen Faces of Death, so I couldn't compare it to that. But I've heard that movie is extremely problematic. So no, this movie is not like that.
Environments. Even explaining the literal events as they happen is kind of difficult, because so much of the story is deliberately left to the viewer's own interpretation.
Yeah.
There's no hero, no villain, no narrative structure to cling to at all. Let me give you a taste of that, in case you'd need that type of thing. A lone figure called the Assassin is lowered into a post-apocalyptic world through a diving bell.
That's right, Emmy,
There,
yeah.
he encounters all sorts of mutant creatures and all sorts of otherworldly apparatuses, which both create and kill and maintain.
Yeah, you like trying to adjust your ear for a different accent. That's literally it, Shafiq. That's what it's like. It's like, hang on, are they speaking like a different language? Are they speaking a language with a weird accent? Like, yeah.
All sorts of miserable biomechanical creatures. He goes through destroyed cities full of bizarre mutated guys. He finds a hall of giants whose heads are constantly electrocuted to induce them to shit endlessly. We see that shit funneled into the mouth of another giant whose guts are used to make Bezoar-like drones, which the machinery around them seems to delight in killing.
It definitely seems like a critique of capitalism and kind of like the evolution of the world. There's definitely like a lot of nuclear war is bad, people are bad, the constant infinite production of things is terrible. Like, those are like the themes that I would say that I could say is certain about this film. You know, like, this whole bit is absolutely like, oh, this is just like everything that happens in the film. It's like gross and disgusting, but you can relate it to shit that just happens in capitalism, right? So this is the meat industry. Like, this next bit is literally just the meat industry.
Drones carve meat from enormous insect-like creatures, which is processed into God knows what. The beings in this area seem to follow the instructions of a mechanical creature made up of various screens showing eyes and teeth, screeching in a baby's voice.
Oh, yeah, that's the bit. That's the bit. That's the bit where I was trying to look. I was like, when that baby voice is going like that, I was trying to figure out if I'm supposed to be hearing a language there, but you're not. It's just literally baby voice. It is literally just like they've just recorded a baby babbling and saying nonsense. And it's like, fuck, obviously they've done that on purpose. I don't think it's a Teletubbies reference. I think it's literally just to be like, oh, look, everybody in this like hellscape listens to these guys on a TV and they're talking nonsense. Like, that's what it feels like. That's literally what it feels like. And you have to remember, this guy worked on RoboCop. This guy worked on Starship Troopers. Like, he spent a lot of time with Paul Verhoeven, you know? So, you know. When you swap between languages too often, too fast, your brain gives up and starts questioning which language I am talking now. If I spoke more than one language often, I'm sure I would understand what you mean, but yeah.
Testicles, whips the drones while they attempt futilely to wipe its ass before being killed in a torrent of its shit. The assassin is carrying a briefcase with a time bomb inside. He descends into an ever-increasingly cavernous world to drop his payload, only to be grabbed by some sort of monster the moment he sets the charge. Then we see that the final cavern he found himself in is piled high with similar briefcases, because this has all happened endless times before. His briefcase, like countless before it, fails to detonate. Hey, are you mad that I gave away the whole story of the movie? Don't worry, because all of that happens in the first half hour.
Yeah, that's literally just half an hour in. That's literally just half an hour in. It's wild how much happens in this movie, and like...
There's another hour of movie after that, and all of that is as straightforward as the narrative gets.
Yeah.
It gets weird after that. Hopefully you're starting to see why recounting the events of the story doesn't really mean anything. There are some consistent themes that emerge that we can talk about. The sense that life is a vicious cycle of birth, suffering, and death, the strong or powerful abusing the weak, people devoting themselves to Byzantine systems they do not...
Like, look at this. This is literally just Nazis. Like, look at the helmets. It's literally just Nazis.
Understand, which treat them as disposable. Religion and the military, which are virtually intertwined in this world, are treated with particular skepticism. The movie opens with a passage from Leviticus describing God's capacity for cruelty and petty revenge, and shows religious figures willing to send thousands of people to their certain doom for little, if any, benefit. We see icons of religious worship piled high, indistinguishable from a kitschy statue of a pig in a chef's hat. And war has torn this entire world apart. In one area of the map, it seems to just continue forever unabated. Tanks firing on other identical tanks. No flags or insignias to indicate...
That's one of the best bits. That is one of the best bits, because it is just like, who is fighting who? And then you realize, oh, that's right. It doesn't matter, because that's just what life is like, right? You know? That's just literally it. It's like, it actually, like, those insignias and the banners that signify who is who actually don't fucking matter in the grand scheme of things. These are just like people killing other people. Like, that's what it fundamentally is at the end of it, you know?
Side of the conflict anyone is on anymore. Just endless, unthinking slaughter. No one is able to consider the human cost anymore because lives are worth nothing. Even our main character, or
unsanitized view of war,
are wearing World War I era military uniforms with gas masks. The war rages on even though it's made the surface of the earth unlivable, which I must imagine makes whatever conflict began the war irrelevant. Often characters treat cruelty and torture as entertainment. An audience watches a silhouette pantomime of a man being dissected behind a curtain. They're laughing.
Yeah, this bit's messed up.
The surgeons bow and receive applause. In a brothel, a woman moans in sexual ecstasy as she is stabbed repeatedly in the chest.
That bit's messed up as well.
One creature kills its pet's mate and laughs at its mourning. There is no pity here, no empathy. It is kill or be killed. sometimes both. This focus on the cycle of death and rebirth, of life and decay, that all things rot and that rot gives way to new life, which itself rots. Our dying world births new worlds, where the same conflicts happen forever and ever. A man brushes the cobwebs off his collection of clocks, and as those clocks count forward, they are again covered in cobwebs. There's a constant visual motif of clocks, often clocks speeding up or slowing down, even ticking in reverse or without any discernible pattern. To me, this seems to suggest that in an endless cycle like this, one moment is about the same as any other. There's
it's a circle of life.
ephemeral beauty to some aspects of the world, but ultimately, that beauty gives way to the same entropy as destroyed everything else, only to be born again ad nauseum forever. So then, the question arises, what kind of mad god creates life only to let it suffer and die and recreate itself forever? From that description, it might sound like a depressing nihilistic movie. And maybe it is, I don't know. But I didn't get that feeling from actually watching it.
No.
It's far too playful for you to really get bogged down in the misery it depicts. There's a sense of revelry in the absurd terribleness of the world it takes place in, where everything is ugly, gross, and painful. You're not really meant to take it all that seriously. It's virtually a comedy. And I mean, you could just as easily interpret beauty giving way to ugliness forever as ugliness giving way to beauty forever. They're two sides of the same coin, in much the same way that the movie itself is ugly and disgusting, but
You really need to watch this film. Yeah, everybody needs to watch this film. It is like such a good work of art. It's incredible.
Also beautiful and affecting. Mad God takes an absurd universe where we are born only to suffer and die, and makes it fun.
A divine comedy, if you will, yeah.
It's not easy to sum up or put into a box. It is a work of art that is better to experience than to have described to you. But it is a challenging and upsetting work of art. Some people will not be able to stomach it, and I'm sympathetic to that. But if you can, I urge you to check this one out. There is nothing else like it, and there never will be. And let me state this for the record. The puppets in this one, so wet. So very wet. Some of the most saturated, dewy puppets I've ever seen, just utterly drenched. You could drink these puppets. Don't drink them. They will give you a staph infection, but you could. If you want to slop some dripping, dank, sopping puppets all over you, you will never get a better chance than this. Every puppet on Earth is wetter thanks to this movie's existence.
So actually, I've just had like a moment of like unlockedness in my brain where I was supposed to talk earlier about another of my favorite claymation people. The guy who did Salad Fingers, David Firth. And this was one of my favorite videos back in the day. I used to love this so much. I used to watch this regularly. I used to get stoned and watch this regularly. Fuck it, we're just gonna watch it. We're just literally gonna watch it right now. Yeah, he does have past animations that could be compared to Mad God. Yeah, absolutely. You know, I got thinking recently about the film that David Firth did with Flying Lotus. Because there's kind of an element of racism surrounding monkeypox, right? I think that's like a thing that some people have touched on, and I think that like a lot of people have spoken about. Maybe not a lot of people, maybe a few people have spoken on it. And there is literally like a disease in that film called N-word pox. And it got me thinking about David Firth and Flying Lotus film. I can't remember what it's called. It's got a funny name. Hang on. David Firth, Flying Lotus film. Which is another really good film that I would describe very, very similar to Mad God. And it's called Kuso. If you want to check out Kuso, go check it out, honestly. I watched it years ago. And yeah, it was wild. Did anyone watch Bump in the Night in the 90s? Bump in the Night gave me nightmares for ages. Because I feel like there's an episode where there's like a little trash bin guy. There is homophobia around monkeypox as well, definitely, yeah. Bump in the night, trash creature. Let me see if this is like a thing. Hide and go freak, better homes and garbage. Is this the one? Is it a sock monster? Is that what it was? It like hid in the garbage and shit. Yeah, this fucking stop motion used to give me fucking nightmares. Listen, I'm getting stunlocked over stunlocked, so let's play David Firth's Hell real quick.
My David Firth, Jimmy Allison, Christian Pickup.
Oh, hang on, there are some flashing lights in this, just giving you a fair content warning. There you go. All right. Yeah, I used to just literally, like, get high as fuck and watch this all the time. Oh, and, like, audio gore as well. I know some people don't like that. There you go. All right. And this is, like, really similar to Mad God, but obviously, like, a little less... whatever you want to call it, like a little less well made or whatever. How bad is the audio gore? There's like a bit where like something screams for like a long time, and it's like a little bit like ugh. Yeah, that's fair enough, Emmy. That's why we got the content warning. Yeah, for sure. Stay hydrated, everyone. It's still pretty warm out there, you know? Like, it's just really weird and really wonderful and shit and... You know? Is it a jump scare scream? I don't think there's any jump scares in this. See lots of biomechanical stuff as well. Here it is. Here's the bit. It's this face. Oh, okay. It wasn't as bad as I remembered. Also, it's very Silent Hill, this. Oh, no, it's this bit, yeah. Oh, it's still not as bad as I remembered. Fucking hell. Yeah, fair enough, Emmy, yeah. Like, I would say this is, like, extremely similar to the Mad God experience. Like, it's just basically like this, but with a higher production value. That's the bit that I remember with the audio gore. Yeah. What you can't personally stand is sound flickering. Oh yeah, for sure. And it's so funny, it's like you can see what he's done with this bit. He's just like fucked around with a doll and just like burnt a doll. But it's still pretty spooky and pretty gross, you know? And that's just like a... I actually love this bit because it's just like a... I have one of these in the other room. It's just like a pose thingy. A pose model, so you can figure out how, like, you know, how someone's going to look if you're going to draw them. If they're doing like a wacky pose that people don't normally do and stuff. But he's just animated it to the point where it's like, yeah, and he's just filmed it with a creepy angle in like a cool little set. And it's freaky and weird, and I love it. You're fascinated by stuff like this because it's like watching someone very different from you think. Yeah, you'll love Mad God then, because Mad God is just this, but nearly 2 hours long, and that's it basically, you know? Yeah, this is a Bump in the Night.
Under the bed, I gobble up a sock before you turn your head. Like a bolt to light, make your heart jump. My name is Mr. Bumpy, I go bump, 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 yeah, bump. Everybody bump.
I just want to see if it has this guy in it.
She's my very best pal. Bump with Molly. She's my favorite gal. Bump with closet monster in the...
There's like a monster that they make, and I think it's out of like... Wait, I think this is it. Wait, did I just switch to the starting soon screen? Oh, sorry about that. Nah, this isn't the one because it's like... There's like one where there's like a weird little wet puppet. I had the pleasant encounter in the kitchen with my flatmate. Some of my flatmate left on the side for too long. I think I might have seen some of the set pieces for Mad God. Is it the closet monster? Is that what it's called? Bump. Let's try that. Bump in the Night. Closet monster. That's me before I came out. No, it's not this one, but this one looks spooky as well. I might just rewatch all of these. Maybe I should do like a patron only stream where it's like we just watch Bump in the Night.
That nasty old clothes pile can only mean this monster's home. Free.
Yeah, that's pretty spooky. This would have given me nightmares as a kid. Defo.
Much for sneaking.
What was it called? Bump in the Night. I feel like it was like a spit monster. Spit monster? Or like a toothpaste monster, maybe? Toothpaste monster. Oh, what was it? Meanwhile, don't open your trap door was happening? Yeah, just trap door. God, what was that fucking called? Oh, Bump in the Night spit monster. Maybe that's why that didn't work. Oh, there's like full episodes here. I could just go through them all. Hang on. Hang on. Let's see if I can find it in the thumbnail first. The animation is really good. The animation is amazing for Don't Bump Bump in the Night. Boulder Squishy Prince, the Sang from Beyond the Stars, James says, Antimatter, Came from the Closet, Bump and Roll, Neat and Clean, Nothing But the Tooth, Water Way to Go. Oh god, it's really hard to... ADHD brain. I wonder if the Gum Crazy, is it that? A Sneeze in Time? Because it feels like it's a monster made out of like spit or snot or something.
I'm a wild green guy.
Is that it?
Gosh, that was fun. Thanks.
Nah, it can't be this one because it would have been in the episode a lot earlier. Anyway. Forget it. Whatever. Who cares? I'll find that on my own time. Sorry for the sorry for the stun lock. Right. Listen, we've still got more stream to go. And I've got more content for you. We're going to be checking out what the right-wingers are up to nowadays. Some weird shit that they've been doing. So we're going to be jumping back into the politics category again. So be prepared yet again. But in the meantime, I'm going to go get a drink. Chat, hydrate yourselves. Hydrate yourselves, look after yourselves, take your meds, all that nonsense. See you in a sec. Damn. Ugh. It is so delightfully cold in the other places in the flat, chat. Honestly. If you're going through a heat wave still, like Cynthia is, I can't tell you how nice it's going to be for you when you come out the other end. Just hold on, honestly. It is so good when you come out the other end and it's like, oh, it's fucking cold again. Let's go. I just hope it's not one of the Minion videos. That stuff is just embarrassing. No. Because that stuff is like old school anti-SJW content. You know, where right-wingers are just like, this fucking movie, blah, 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 blah. You know? They like make up a thing. Like, they've made up a thing with the Lightyear movie. They're like going crazy that saying that like leftists really care about it, but I've not seen any leftists speak about how Lightyear is a bastion of you know, diversity in film and stuff. Like, it's got like a lesbian peck in it. It's got a lesbian peck. You know, leftists have moved on beyond that stuff now. You fucking nerds. Like, we have like full films where there's like trans people in them. You know what I mean? And they're actually played by trans people. Like full series and shit like that. You know, we know these things exist and we champion stuff like that where it's like a good representation. We don't care about fucking Buzz Lightyear. No one fucking cares. You know? It's so funny. They made that shit up. Like, none of us give a fuck about that. Is this Muel's Chud Bingus? It is. It is. Okay, well, we could play Chud Bingus if you want. We could totally play Chud Bingus. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. That's something you want to do. I don't have any game. I can't give away any games while we do it. That's definitely not happening, but yeah, you can see we're getting air. I just clicked on that link. I just clicked on that link that you sent me, Vord. I think I could show this on stream, can't I? There's no information on it and stuff. Like, look. Like, you can see the air just, like, flying in here from the north, from the colder part of the world. And it's flowing right down, right onto Manchester, right there. Hell yeah. We don't play Bingus for the games. We play it for the fun times in stream. I think some people do play it for the games. Because there are some people who show up in chat only when it's Bingus night, right? Oh god, yeah, you can see in Germany it's really fucking... Yeah, check, there's where Cynthia is. Yeah, and it's really getting hot right there, yeah. Like, it's all, like, converging in Germany. Okay, that's fucking weird. That kind of explains something about Germany, right? Because when I was in Germany, I was like, why is the weather so weird here? It does kind of, like, converge. And look, it's happening in Italy as well. Obviously, it's just, like, hotter in general towards the Mediterranean. And it's just, like, super hot down around here. Well, at least people in Ukraine aren't having a fucking nightmare in the war and shit. There's a few buttons on the left. Precipitation should show rain. Give me that fucking good rain. Come on, give me that rain. Give me that rain. Okay, there's going to be a little bit. There's going to be a little bit. There's a fair bit in London, apparently. Passing through London. Oh, there looks like there should be some. And a thunderstorm coming your way. In a little bit, Cynthia. Hey, Multitude of Drops, how you doing? Yeah, we're doing Bingus. My brain is too poisoned. I saw Ventussi and not Ventusky. Yeah, Holland, that's like a windshield. Yeah. Creates a vortex. Crazy, right? Quality content. This is what you pay for. This is what you fucking pay for, chat. Just me having a little look at the weather. Listen, let's go further out than Europe or whatever. Like, let's have a little look. I think we got Middle-earth Marxist in here, haven't we? I don't know if we have any chatters from, like, China or Japan or... Whoa, that's too zoomed out. I just wanted to look at Aotearoa. Yeah, well, it is actually, you know... Oh, looks like there might be like a typhoon forming here. Is that what happens? I think that's what happens down there, isn't it? It's wet. It's wet down in Aotearoa. There you go. Hey, Gumba Master, how you doing? Welcome in. Bingus for the honor of picking a hat. Sure, if you get Chud Bingus, you can pick a hat. Sure, why not? Yeah, it's all just like centered on Christchurch and Wellington. Like nothing about the south or the north. Nothing on Auckland or any other places. It's a very well done website. It's pretty good, isn't it? I quite like this. So it's like winter down here anyway. So we don't need to care about the Kiwis or the Aussies. They're fine. They're not too hot. But let's have a little look. Yeah, I don't think we have anyone watching from like the continent of Africa or like South Africa or anything. We used to have a viewer from South Africa. Well, I have a friend from South Africa who watches every now and then. I think she does lurk every now and then. Okay. So shit's getting rainy as fuck up out here in Detroit and Toronto. These kind of places. We got some people in Florida, and it looks like it's raining down there in Jacksonville. What about the temperature? Let's have a look at the temperatures over here. Oh, shit. Fuck that noise. Oh, my God. America is so warm right now. Wait, is that right? Jesus Christ. America is so fucking warm right now. Extremely hot, like 120 degrees Fahrenheit in Houston. That's like 40 odd degrees. Why is that not news? Is that normal? Is that normal? Like 50 degrees and 40 degrees? That's wild. That's absolutely fucking wild. Hotter than North Africa in some places. Hotter than the Sahara. What is going on there? What is going on? That does look right, unfortunately. Good God. Hotter than South America. My brain can't handle the Fahrenheit scale right now. Well, 100 degrees is like 40 degrees Celsius. I live in the Midwest. It's been a really brutal summer so far. Yeah. Texas, that's normal. People don't say anything because they got AC. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This is the thing. It's like people just have AC and shit there. Yeah, it's like the same temperature as like the Middle East and like North Africa and stuff. That's wild. That's absolutely wild. Chile is so cold, it's usually super hot. It's looking cold as fuck there, yeah. It's looking cold as fuck. Well, isn't that because Chile's on the southern hemisphere and it's like winter there now? Isn't that what that's about? Like, here's me saying like, oh my god, South America's really, really cold. But it's winter there, innit? Like, I think that's actually normal. It's been talked about in Twitter. Oh, okay, fair enough. Okay, anyway. The Middle Eastern area is the Arabian Desert. Well, I mean, what, like this here? I think, but there's like a lot of cities here. There's like, look, there's Afghanistan and there's, you know, Kabul's there. You got Tehran with Iran, and stuff like that. I guess that does count as the Arabian, well, I thought that this was the Arabian Desert, no? Like the majority of this part. We're just looking at weather around the world. Yeah, the Arabian Desert is Saudi. That's what I thought. Yeah. Here. Here's the Arabian Desert. Yeah. Oh shit! I zoomed out way too much again. Way too much. Yeah. Well, there you go, chat. There's the weather. The weather with djmuel. The weather with djmuel. That's that. We're never doing that again. Right, we're playing a very lackadaisical version of Bingus right now. We're playing Chud Bingus. So if you want to like get the link, who's got the link? Hang on, I've got a link here. I'm gonna make a new command. Hold up. Accidentally revealed flat Earth by zooming out too much. You're true. Yeah, you're right. That was really cool. I enjoyed that. Yeah, I enjoyed a bit of that. Climate change goes both ways, hence the mega snowstorms as far south as Texas in recent years. Yeah, that's right. It does. Fucks me up how close Africa is. We always think it's further away. Yeah, because like that's the thing. We think of Europe. Like, have you ever seen the thing about the maps? Hold up, chat. We're getting stunlocked again. How maps are racist. There's like a thing in most world maps show the north at the top, but it doesn't have to be like that. Right, so there's that there. And you know, if you turn the world map upside down, it like flips your perspective a little bit. And it's like, oh, okay. And also like a lot of these old maps, specifically old maps, they make countries like Africa and South America smaller than what they actually are. Greenland is only like Wales in size, really? Wow. Do you fucking mind? Fucking hell. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about, innit? Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Japanese maps show Japan at the center. Well, I mean, do you not have Germany at the center in your maps? Like, that's the same for every country. Sorry, continents like Africa, yeah. Finally, a honk made it through. That's because that motherfucker had their fucking... their hand down. Yeah, I do mean continents. Yes, I do mean continents. Had their hand down on the horn like the whole way up the road just then. Like, they didn't take the horn off. That fucking sucked. Right, okay. Sorry, I'm getting just distracted again and again and again. Super ADHD mode. ADHD mode, go! We're gonna make We're gonna make Chud Bungus command. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm doing stream maintenance. Chud Bingus. Not Chud Bungus, Chud Bingus. And it'll give you a link to the Bingo Baker card. There you go, right. New command in chat. Chud Bingus. There it is. Okay, thank you again, DJ Che. Oh.
Top notch.
Fordrella, thank you so much for the £20. Appreciate you. Thank you for subbing off Twitch, and thank you for supporting the stream. I really, really, really do appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Chungle Bungus. Chud Bungus is more fun to say. I agree. Chud Bungus. Fuck it. It's Chud Bungus. It's Chud Bungus now. Right, okay. Alright, anyway. We're gonna take a look now at some awful videos that I found. I can't remember where I found these videos. These were on my main account on YouTube, and of course I do watch some wild stuff on there, you know. So it makes sense. It makes sense that I found these videos. Right, so on the watch later list, what have we got first? So the first video that I've got for us, this is wild, by the way, this first video. It's called You Will Eat the Bugs. And I've watched about half of this, and that's the main reason that I wanted to, like, you know, share this with you. Because if you ever remember... If you ever remember the convo with Comrade on Climate Leviathan, where Sophie spoke about the evolution of fascism into extreme climate denial and how that kind of plays into, you know, what do you call it? By the way, technically, tick off. Muel mentions Red Planet, because if I talk about Sophie, she's a host on Red Planet. So there you go. But yeah, it's stuff about pod people. Yeah, living in the pod, eating the bugs. This is what this video is all about, and it's so odd. It's so odd. Hang on, let me just do a quick title for this. Weird right winger content. It's so funny how they always say that we live in like a leftist echo chamber, but we always watch their weird shit. We're always watching what they're fucking doing. Their weird fucking shit. So like fascism is in this one. Climate denial is in this one. And I guess you could count speciesism, because like, you know, they make out that like people think that bugs are less important than other animals, you know? Hey, Chrissy, what's going on? Shafiq, your first shout out of the week. Give a shout out to Chrissy, please. Hope you're doing okay, even though it's way too hot. I hope you're doing okay, Chrissy, because I know you're in an area of the world where it's really hot right now. The bugs look ugly as fuck, but right-winger content, of course, it's hideous. Yes, very hideous. Loving these vibes already. Yeah, they're looking great. They're looking great. Is it going to be a song? I don't think so. Okay, let's watch this nonsense, chat. Let's check this out. Oh, it is a song. I must have missed this when I watched it earlier.
Fear is the path to the dark side. The fear of change, of progress. Luke, to defeat the Sith, eat the bugs, you must.
Like, what is that? What does that mean? Like, what does that mean? You know?
This time, meat eaters, insectors, consumers.
This is like, it's anti-vegan stuff. It's definitely anti-vegan stuff.
Not this time, meat eaters, insectors, consumers.
So it's like playing off the idea that, you know, vegans are all like, just eat bugs. But it's not, but no vegan says that. No vegan in existence says just eat bugs. No vegan is going to be like, eat another animal instead. It's just absurd. The right-wingers communicate only via references to pop media. Well, it's memes, isn't it? They love the memes. They love their terrible, terrible memes. Does Yoda count as Pepe? No. Get your fascist mitts off my space frog wizard. I think they're trying to come up with a new one joke. It's historical. Yeah, they are. They are. That's what's going on.
Avengers!
Okay, so I don't know what eco lockdowns are. Eco lockdown. What is that? What are they talking about? Cryptid is
Chat,
over
I'm
crypto.
sorry.
Thank you so much for the £5. You did. You brought it into existence, so you should apologize. But thank you so much for subbing off Twitch, and thank you so much for supporting the channel. Yeah, it's like a bullshit term that they made up. Yeah. Vegans aren't saying it. Environmentalists aren't saying it. Yeah. Sorry, environmentalists tout insects as a plentiful, clean, sustainable source of protein. Right, exactly. Is it travel restrictions? Like, what does it even mean? It's absurd. No one would agree with it. So if you say your opponent is doing it, everyone will agree with them. Surely, right, exactly, yeah.
Eat the bugs.
The global...
And then, of course, they bring in... This is the bit that I've seen up to because I couldn't fucking handle. Literally couldn't handle the Greta Thunberg stuff.
Food shortages.
So MCU clip, yeah, take that off.
Collapsing supply chains. We warned you about the climate crisis, and now you reap what you have sown. But there is still hope. Thanks again to science, we have a solution. Insects. A sustainable, equitable, and...
Yeah, Captain America is supposed to be the good guy in that movie, yeah. The eco lockdown could be the push to stop air travel? Oh, that's so stupid. Do they think boats not exist? Is that what they think?
nutritious source of protein, or a fraction of the carbon footprint of livestock. We can finally put an end to the wasteful and cruel practice of meat eating for good. So let's turn this crisis into an opportunity to bring equality to our food systems.
You could probably take off Whammons here because it's like, yeah, you know, she's getting mad that like they're getting mad that like Greta Thunberg speaks about things, you know, and like she's a woman. Well, she's a child, but you know, she is a female child, so
change. Be a net zero hero.
I don't even think this is a thing that Greta Thunberg has said either. Like, she's not spoken about eating bugs, I don't think, ever. Let's just have a look. Greta Thunberg eating bugs. Oh, hey, Kara, what's going on? How's my little pee-pee poo-poo? Oh, hi, Kara, what's going on? Can I get a shout out for Kara Chats, please, Shafiq? This is not a thing Greta Thunberg has said, as far as I'm aware. Of course not. No, it's definitely not her voice. It's definitely not her voice. In a billion years. No, no way. Chat. Most of you in here know our good friend Kara Chats. If you don't, please go show her some love. She's amazing. She's great. She was my Valentine. How are you doing? I hope you're doing good. This smacks of Babylon B-level parody. Yeah, it does, yeah.
Bugs.
We're just watching, Kara. We're just watching, like, a right-winger's interpretation of, like, what leftists are saying now. Which is, like, really interesting because it's, like, it's just all made up stuff. And it's like, what? Oh, there's a leak of what? What do you mean? What are you on about? Wait, what? What are all these comments? Yummy, 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 got bugs in my tummy. For Fauci's sake, ban this. For Fauci's sake. For Fauci's sake. Are you serious? Like, what is this neophobia? What is that? They put way too much effort into this, yeah. This animation sucks. Put Mad God on instead. Yeah, let's watch Mad God. We should watch Mad God as part of a movie night. Defo. So big tech, you know, big tech is gonna censor the truth, etc., etc., etc. Oh, everybody's in their I Everybody's in their virtual reality pod. Yep. Baby Yoda up there, by the way. I hate right-wingers so much. Seriously. Is that someone in an iron lung? Is that what that's supposed to be underneath? What the fuck? Yeah, well, this isn't just anti-vegan propaganda. This is climate change denial propaganda. This is like, this is what the climate change environmentalists want you to think. I guess you could say cancel culture. You could take that off. Oh yeah, we're also playing Chud Bingo, Kira. So if you wanna play Chud Bingo, here it is in the chat. Chud bunk. Yeah, exactly. Why would vegans want people to eat animals? It doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. You know. Get yourself a bingo card. Get yourself a bingo card. Play along. You can win nothing. Could we say that just eat the bugs is a new slur? I don't know. Maybe. Wait, is there racism? Wait, where? Oh God, ew. Oh Jesus, you're right. Like, is that gay for pay? Bring client to orgasm at your local safe love community center. Yeah, there's homophobia, yeah. There's homophobia right there. It's supposed to be like a gig economy app, right? Yeah. God damn it. This sucks. This sucks so much.
Like to try a level.
Like, do they not know that leftists hate this stuff? Do they not know that leftists literally, like, hate all of this? This is the absurd thing, right? It's like, no, leftists don't like gig economy. They don't like the idea of living in pods. They don't like the idea of, like, you know, having to, like, eat insects. Like, what are you talking about?
6 gig?
Yes.
Okay. Deliver a package from your local Amazon node to pod 512 and 165 Spider-Man Road.
I accept.
Warning. This gig requires 100% of your collateral to be staked.
Like, this is a criticism of capitalism. Like, they're doing a communism. Oh no! Oh no! Do you think... Oh no! Do you think it's the square? Oh, actually... It's a tanky. Wait, it's not a chud, it's a tanky. Which is basically a morpinite. Conspiracy leftist shit. Oh no. Oh no. I feel like that's exactly what this is.
Do you consent?
I consent.
So close to getting it, yeah. Wait, wormy gums? Do they not know that that still exists? Wormy gums. Gummy-shaped worm snack. So they're trying to be like, oh, ha ha ha, it's insect-based. Like, dude, they still make these, but they're made out of, like, animals. What are you talking about? The gig economy was exactly the economy right-wingers bragged about under Trump. Remember the least employment ever for black and brown Americans line? It was because people were toiling away at multiple jobs, driving people around in Uber or delivering food with Grubhub but not getting health insurance. Okay. Fat phobia spotted? Okay, let's check that out. Well, oh, yeah, okay, beauty, and there's like a fat person there. Do we have fat phobia on the card? What does that say? Teledildos are us? Teledildonics are us. The hustle? Chucks fucking suck. Oh yeah, okay. Everybody sees everyone in the social media thing. I do kind of want a future where Chucks fucking suck is just, you know, on every road. And someone is like stealing his job. Okay. And it's what, it's meat? He's got off with his meat? Wait, was there a red pill thing?
Seal breach detected. Delivery contract failed. Applying penalty. Your staked collateral tokens have been slashed. Reputation lost. Trust lost. Your consumption privileges have been restricted from
Like, they know we hate the idea of this, right?
synthetic meat.
Oh, you got a license for that meat?
Insect-based foods only.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, very funny. Dude, this fucking sucks. So you can see like what they're trying to get at here. That is kind of like anti-climate change action propaganda, and it's also like, you know, just this sort of like social media controls everything, big tech controls everything, and they're all ran by leftists. Just standard hateful nonsense in there and stuff. But it is, well, I don't know if it's unfocused. I think it is focused because it does focus on the like, oh no, like the leftists are gonna make us eat bugs and live in pods, right? That's the message of that, right? Can we mark off that's not leftism? Of course you can, yeah. I'm dumber for seeing that vid. No, you're not. You're smarter, I promise you. We're learning shit. We're learning shit. It says literally nothing. Well, it says that you should hate climate change science. That's what it says, right? The furthest left they can imagine is a neoliberal's wet dream. That's true. It's true. They are useless. Okay. Right. It's intrinsically anti-sex. The sex everywhere is bad in the thing. Right. Yeah. It does try and come across like that. Yeah. For sure. Okay. So. We're going to watch the next one. The next one is called Future. Apparently featuring John Tron. No idea what this means. No idea what it's gonna mean. Just extremely bizarre. That's very interesting and all, but the World Economic Forum is very overt about their plans. I don't care what you think. You're banned in the chat. See you later. Also, Twitch knows that you're trying to ban evade, so we're gonna report you as well. Wasn't John Tron banned from Twitch? Hold up. Let's find out. Oh, excuse me. No, he never streamed. He was on that other debate streamer who is banned and who I can't actually talk about. So yeah. He was on that debate streamers thingy. In the name of GOG, fuck all the way off with JonTron. Yeah. Anyway, right. I don't know. I have no idea what this is supposed to be. It's future. I don't even know if this is going to be like anti-SJW, anti-woke or whatever with this. But let's find out. Let's find out. Claims to not be not so grump, is actually quite grump about black people. That's true. He is. Piece of shit.
Future. Let me tell you about the future. Are you from the future? Help, help! I am from the future. My future ball stopped working and I need to return to my people. Ah, I can see that you are a fellow future person. In the future, you will die. Want me to read your future? I can do that right now. You will die.
Okay, so this just seems like it's an extremely unfunny sketch that goes on for way too long. Like, what is this? What is this about? Let's skip to the JonTron bit, because what the fuck is he talking about?
And it had a gold top, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is your personal account.
There are so many things you can do with something as big as that and smooth as that. And number one is a big slide. You know what I mean?
And you're just making a assumption that it was not that?
That would have been the best rite of passage for the Egyptians. Like, okay.
A ride of passage, perhaps.
Hey!
Oh!
You can't do it with the Aztec one. It's all
Is this from the Internet Historian? Apparently, this channel's name is Incognito Mode. Oh my god, it is! What an honor! Thank you for having me on, Mr. IH. Internet Historian. Yeah, must be. Yeah, it must be. Right? That's his alt? Oh, no. Okay, well, fuck knows what they're talking about here. I have no idea. Since when does Internet Historian do weird right-winger content? I don't know if this is weird right-winger content. I might be wrong. I might be, like, wrong. Okay, so, never mind. I mean, he's hanging out with JonTron, which is like... That's sus to begin with. Okay, well, never mind. What we're going to do now is we're going to try... another one. And this video is 11 minutes long. It's from a channel called Sunny V2.
Amy Schumer places first on...
And I don't know who Sunny V2 is. But this whole thing stinks of misogyny. So, I'm going to add misogyny onto the list here. There you go. You know who Sunny V2 is? Like, they're not like a good person, right? They're not like someone who's actually good, and this is going to be like really interesting content. He's a YouTuber who covers internet controversies. Right, okay, sure. His older content always had strong anti-feminist vibes. Well, this video is called How Amy Schumer Became the Most Hated Human Ever. And the thumbnail says, Netflix was sexist. It's a quote by her. Netflix was sexist for giving me $11 million. So, this is going to suck. Let's check it out.
Literally every single list titled Worst or Most Hated Comedians of All Time. Why? Well, the countless different reasons for it become most...
Amy Schumer is the reason people think women are not funny. No, it's not. People were making that joke for years before Amy Schumer even existed. It's called misogyny. It's called patriarchy that does that. Amy Schumer steals good jokes and still manages to be unfunny. Quite a talent. I don't know if that's true. Wait, so Amy Schumer is mad that she couldn't make a joke about someone dying from an accidental death. I don't know about that one. But anyway.
Interesting when you realize that toward the beginning of her career, she was actually liked and respected amongst the general population. For example, she was listed in Time's top 100 most influential people of 2015, whilst her comedy specials such as this one, and this one received mostly positive reviews, one of which confidently stating that Amy Schumer leaves her audience in stitches.
It's almost like the constant fucking right-wing commentary surrounding Amy Schumer makes people not like her. It's almost like when people haven't heard of her before and they hear someone talk about her and how she's extremely unfunny, then they just go, I'm not gonna listen to her ever, actually, because everyone says that she's really unfunny. It's almost like patriarchy stops people from listening to her content. It's almost like that's what happens.
However, while this review was mostly positive, if we go back a couple of sentences, it also points out the first reason as to why Amy Schumer would eventually become so hated. It's easy to label Amy Schumer a one-trick pony. As the title of her special suggests, she talks about sex and she doesn't talk about much else.
Okay, I'm calling it. This fucking idiot is gonna talk about how, like, oh, you know, women thinking that they're cool, talking about sex and dirty stuff. Oh, it's just really, really old. I'm certain it's gonna be like that. It's like people are primed to hate women. Yeah, that's true too. That's true too.
Her idea of comedy is making jokes about how terrible her vagina smells and or how many guys she's blown.
Is it really that though? Is it really actually that though? Like, I don't know if it actually is. I've never really seen Amy Schumer's content. And even if it is, like, how many dudes make jokes about stuff like this? A lot is the answer. Literally one upvote. Literally one guy. That's the upvote that you just get in general. Wait, hang on. Is this Parler? Wait, hang on, because this isn't Reddit. Actually, this isn't Reddit. Is it Facebook? Is this what... Or is it Parler? Wait, when did they mention Jewish people? Helgina Torin. Oh, it's Quora? Oh, okay. That's my bad. I was like, who is this? Because I got an email from Parler today, by the way. I don't know if anybody knows, but I joined Parler as a joke when it came out. I think I called myself, like, Elon Trump. Or like Donald Musk or something. I can't remember. And just had a little laugh on Parler, having a look at what people were saying.
That's not comedy. This was a comment on a thread discussing why her style was so controversial, the thread including another supporting comment which stated, you can call her a one-trick pony or two-trick, which are 1. Here is my vagina, want a detailed description, you will have it anyway. 2. Men are pathetic, and I like to assault / manipulate / emasculate them in every way.
No, I don't think that is actually what she does, though, is it? You know?
These two comments in mind, it becomes obvious that not only does Amy...
You know what I think? I don't think there's going to be any footage of Amy Schumer telling a joke in this entire video. Yeah, you got it right, Mark Salmon's right. No evidence or quotes, just what some fucking misogynists are posting. Yep. There's not going to be a single line spoken from Amy Schumer in this entire video. I guarantee it.
Schumer have little diversity in terms of what topics she jokes about, but her...
Hang on, whoa. Oh, okay, he's doing subtitles. I thought he was writing something
obvious
else.
That not only does Amy at her own female anatomy in an unflattering way, whilst constantly joking about men in a derogatory way, is simply going to make her unappealing to a male audience, as well as specific females such as this one who had commented, you can only have so much self-deprecating humor before people get tired of it. How much do I need to hear about her pussy? Certainly not the entire length of...
Do these people know about British comedy? You know? Do these people know about British comedy? Do they know about, like, Monty Python and shit like that? Right? Do people know about that? Yeah, Louis C.K., Ricky Gervais, extremely self-deprecating. Hey Breezy Summer, how you doing? She wanted to make that death joke during her Oscar hosting stint, and her lawyers apparently shut it down. It was a joke about the shooting and death of that Alec Baldwin movie set, right? Like, why would you shoot that down? Like, he killed a guy. Why would you shoot that down? He literally killed a guy. Killed a woman, I think. I don't know.
Of her stand-up show, that's for damn sure. The very nature of this kind of content, such as the discussion of female promiscuity, also leaves Amy Schumer open to political backlash and debate. This is the next thing that began to turn the audience against her back in 2016, politics. One article written by CBS News stated around 200...
Did you hear the fucking boom with politics? Like, I'm sure that's a bingo card, right? Is that a bingo card? You made it political. This media is political. Tick it off. Tick it off. Oh, that is fucking funny as fuck.
100 people walked out of her Tampa show when Schumer launched into a withering takedown of Donald Trump. It's somewhat of a surprise that fans were caught off guard because Schumer isn't known for suppressing her political views.
What? So it says it in the thing that he quotes? So it says it in the thing that he quotes?
In addition to this, Amy Schumer would announce that she was pregnant by posting a list of the people she had voted for, adding at the bottom, "I'm pregnant Amy Schumer," using her pregnancy to drive traffic to the candidates which she considered to be favorable. Whenever Amy spoke politically...
What? What? What does that mean? What does that fucking mean? Like, she wrote "I'm pregnant," which helped someone get elected? What are you talking about? What does that mean? What is that?
Pregnancy to drive traffic to the candidates which she considered to be favorable.
What? Like, who cares, dude? Like, what are you talking about?
Whenever Amy spoke politically, she always took a liberal viewpoint and was very anti-Republican, even having interviewed Hillary Clinton, yet her audience would come to discover that back in 2007, Amy Schumer actually got her first big break as a guest on Fox News, which was
with a very young Steven Crowder there, I believe.
News station, angering both sides of the political spectrum. Amy going public with her political opinions meant
no one is mad that she went on fucking Fox News in 2005. No one cares, bro. No one fucking cares.
That she had now alienated another 50% of the already small audience that might still be interested in her style of comedy.
Hundreds walk out as Amy Schumer gets political. God damn it, dude.
But Amy Schumer was criticized for the comedy itself. She'd use politics as an easy way out by simply blaming the criticism on the alt-right, as highlighted in another comment which stated, "Worst of all, when her audience gives her honest feedback, she whines about how her critics must hate women or how they're all alt-right. Yeah, sure."
I can't believe that they actually said woman. Like, they literally said woman. I genuinely can't believe it. That's so fucking ridiculous.
Amy, the only reason people hate you is that they're all...
Wait, PewDiePie did a good roast of her? Who said that?
Bunch of Nazi anti-Semitic misogynists. This comment also highlighted the next reason as to why Amy Schumer became so hated, and that's her lack of personal responsibility and victim complex, which is sometimes even mixed with a hint of entitlement and the contrary attitude that she's better than everyone else. For example, in late 2015, an article was published by Page 6 titled, "Amy Schumer thinks she's too famous to check in at the gym," which read, "Amy Schumer was not happy this week when staffers at the Upper West Side Equinox asked her to present her membership card, which is standard practice at the upscale fitness club. She felt entitled to just walk in," a source explained to Page 6. "She didn't want to show her key fob and wanted to be able to go in and not be questioned." We're told the annoyed trainwreck star declared, "I'm famous," when employees didn't recognize her and insisted she go through the typical check-in procedure. While Equinox believes Schumer eventually enjoyed her workout on
I mean, you know, fine. Like, that's absolutely fine. Like, whatever. Like, who cares? You know, and it's fine to be pissed off that, like, you know, she used the "I'm famous" line to get in to a place or whatever. But in terms of the context, it's like, who cares? Like, no one fucking cares, dude.
Monday afternoon, our source said she was so unhappy she stormed off. A different article sporting...
Most people are unhappy that they're stormed off when they can't get into, you know, a gym that they usually go to.
Energy was titled, "Amy Schumer can't be bothered to take photos with fans."
Yeah, is she too self-deprecating or is she too arrogant? Which one is it? Which one is it?
Stated, "Amy Schumer wants to make it clear she does not owe you a selfie." The article went on to describe an exchange that Amy Schumer had whilst in town for a comedy show. This guy in front of his family just...
Also, this article is dated May the 2nd, 2016, just at the tail end of Gamergate, where, you know, there was a lot of fucking... a lot of fucking misogyny knocking about. How old is this video? That's a good question. It came out last week. So there you go. It came out last week.
Next to me and scared the shit out of me. Put a camera in my face. I asked him to stop and he said, "No, it's America and we paid for you." This was in front of his daughter. I was saying, "Stop," and "No, great message to your kid." Yes, legally you're allowed to take a picture of me, but I was asking you to stop and say,
"What the fuck? How is anyone like... How is anyone mad that she did this?"
"No, I will not take pictures with people anymore, and it's because of this dude in Greenville." Yet, after the other person involved was then interviewed by a local news station, a whole different side to the story was revealed.
But he tells us that's not exactly how it went according to him.
I see her face and I'm like, all right, cool. So I hurry up and get on my Instagram and I'm like, here goes Amy. And then she just loses it and she just gets mad. And that is totally false what she wrote about me.
So if Amy Schumer was too famous to check into her local gym or take photos with
I don't know about that, yo. I feel like this guy could have said that. I feel like he could have said that. If you're willing to like go on the news and be like mad at a woman who refused to take a picture with you, I feel like you're the kind of person who would be like, this is America and we paid for you, you know?
She must have thought pretty highly of herself. If that's truly the case, then surely she'd be happy with an $11 million offer.
Exactly, Sumdane. Like, there are literally so many famous people, including men, who will not take pictures with the public. And it's like, why do all the men who are famous who don't do this not get, you know? Not get articles written about them because they won't do that.
Netflix for one of her comedy specials a year later in 2017, right? Well, no, not really. Amy Schumer claimed that the $11 million offer wasn't enough money.
Just want to point out that we're about halfway through the video and still no actual quotes from Amy Schumer. Other than the one that we just saw, there's no like actual like comedy. There's no evidence of any of the quotes that she said when she does her comedy and stuff like that. So very interesting that that's still not happened yet. I maintain that there's probably going to be none of that by the end of the video. So let's see.
For 60
That's right. It's okay when men do it.
Citing it as unfair due to Chris Rock and Dave Chappelle receiving $20 million for their specials. Now, this argument would be perfectly fine assuming all three comedy specials were of similar quality, only they most certainly weren't.
Ah, okay.
Amy's comedy.
Okay. Similar quality. So we could tell where this guy is coming from.
Three comedy specials were of similar quality.
So he thinks that Dave Chappelle's comedy in his special, where he has like a literal half-an-hour segment where he just is hateful to trans people, nothing more. So he thinks that the quality of that is higher than Amy Schumer, who just like talks about her fanny a bit. How does he define quality? Well, here's the thing. How do you define quality at all? It's almost like trying to define value. You just can't fucking do it. You know?
Quality, only they most certainly weren't. Amy's comedy special, the one that she was paid $11 million for, was so bad that IMDb users gave it a rating of 3.1 out of 10, whilst Netflix had to change their rating system entirely.
Oh no, IMDb gave it a rating of 3 out of 10. Okay, well, and no other reviews you gonna quote there, dude? Just that? Is that it?
Which hit its 1.35 out of 5-star performance on their platform. The changes to the industry she's made is incredible, like how Netflix had to remove their rating system because her special was so terrible.
What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? Also critical here now.
Goods and the bads of this comedy special. We'll go ahead and start about what's good with it. That ends that segment. That about covers that.
Dave Chappelle's Netflix special, on the other hand, received a rating of 8.2 out of 10 on IMDb, whilst Chris Rock's received a less.
Oh, so hang on, that isn't the one where he was transphobic, I don't think. I think he is transphobic in this one, but like not as much as his recent one. But still, like, whatever. I don't know much about Critical. I just know, like, from what I've seen of Critical, he seems to be like centrist kind of dude. You know, that's it really. Nothing really important to mention there. I don't know. You know,
but still superior rating of 6.6 out of 10.
I don't even know if he is actually like talking about Amy Schumer in this bit. He was transphobic in all his Netflix specials. Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is, was he like as famously transphobic as he was in this recent one? What was it called? It's literally called Cancelled, right? Or some dumb shit? I don't know.
Chappelle and Chris Rock were ranked as number 9 and number 5 on Rolling Stone's top 50.
Although, like, important to mention that this guy is just like bigging up Dave Chappelle. You know, Chris Rock, I don't know if Chris Rock is problematic or whatever. His community brigaded Kara. Oh, fuck that. What a piece of shit. Critical is one of the main reasons Kira gets as much harassment as she does. He started the trend of videos calling her a greedy bitch. Oh, no way. Holy shit. What a piece of shit. I did not know that. What a dickhead. Oh, is that what it's called? The closer. Right. I'm with you. He was part of the $5 shit? Right, okay. Yeah. Well, I like some of Dave Chappelle's stuff. Yeah, like Dave Chappelle has done like non-problematic comedy before, but like it doesn't change the fact that he did like an explicitly transphobic extended segment in one bit of his comedies, and has just been transphobic in every single one of his comedies. You know, doesn't make that shit go away.
Comedians of all time.
Anyway, I can't remember what the fuck I was talking about now. Yeah, Dave Chappelle's got some bass bits in his old stuff, right? Exactly, but he's like a piece of shit now, and like it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? It literally doesn't matter. Like, who cares? Like, you can have like based comedy without a piece of shit. You know, having said it, like that exists. Like that kind of stuff does exist, and you can find it. Can't remember what I was on about.
Whilst the only list Amy Schumer seems to top is IMDb's top 10 worst comedians.
He thinks that Dave Chappelle, who is a piece of shit, is literally like a better quality than Amy Schumer. That's what I was trying to say.
Of all time. When Dave Chappelle went on Comedy Central all the way back in 2004, he'd receive a viewership of 3.1 million people. Yet when Amy Schumer went on Comedy Central at the height of her popularity in 2016,
he has some funny, problematic comedies too, like in the Dave Chappelle show. What are you talking about? What the fuck does that even mean? He has some funny, problematic comedies too.
her viewership was less than 500,000. I'm truly cackling at the audacity of Amy Schumer thinking she deserved the same pay as Chris Rock and Dave Chappelle. Like, girl, what? So Amy Schumer wants Chris Rock and
again,
Dave Chappelle
just
money.
like more and more, you know, more and more like opinions of people who, why should we fucking care about them, and no actual evidence. Problematic stuff can be funny. It doesn't mean it's not problematic, though. No. Okay. Not at all. What the fuck are you talking about? If you find problematic stuff funny, that's a bit of an issue that you've got with yourself. And you need to, like, sort that out. Genuinely. All I meant was that the Dave Chappelle show was funny. Well, yeah, I mean, like, I already said that. But you said he has funny, problematic comedies, too. Do you know what I mean? Like, you mean like some stuff in the Dave Chappelle show was problematic, but other stuff was funny? Is that what you're trying to say? Yeah, this guy's going to do nothing to prevent this, the woman's side of the story. That's right. Hey, Rosenkreutz. Yeah, this is Sunny V2. Yeah. I can speak a little about Chris Rock. The joke that got him slapped at the Oscars was not that unusual for him. Oh, you're right. He did make that joke at the Oscar. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Well, if he makes jokes like that, fuck him. You know. I could have worded that better. Yeah, no worries. That's fair enough. Yeah. No worries.
But haven't put in the years they put in. Talk about privilege and opportunity, shaking my head. Amy Schumer is maybe Josh Gad level. She's not as famous or endearing as Chris Rock. She's not a legend like Dave Chappelle. In case Amy Schumer complaining about being paid $11 million wasn't already dumb enough, it became even worse when her audience would discover that some of the jokes within her special might have been stolen from other comedians.
Do they know how many people steal jokes in general? That just aren't Amy Schumer? Do they know how many people recycle jokes? Like, it's so fucking common. It's literally one of the most common things in comedy. It happens all the time, especially between male comedians.
Relations began to pop up on YouTube such as these two, giving example after example of the ways in which Amy Schumer had stolen jokes from other comedians in the past.
And if we're going to talk about sitcoms, like, are you serious? Considering that Aesop tweet has 2 likes, I'd say this counts as users' tweets with little engagement as evidence. Oh my god, is that a square? Wait, where? Where? I don't have that on mine. There's too many options on this fucking bingo square. Mine doesn't have that. Shit. Fucking shit. You could definitely tick transphobia, because if he's backing Dave Chappelle, that's backing transphobia for sure. 100%. All right.
How's this?
Oh, that's perfect.
They can ring you up right over there.
Thanks so much.
Sure.
Okay, I'm Bengi. If you need any other sizes, you please let me know, all right?
Okay.
Hang on a minute. What? What the fuck are you talking about?
In which Amy Schumer had stolen jokes from other comedians in the past.
How's this?
Oh, that's perfect.
They can ring you up right over there.
Thanks so much.
Sure.
Okay,
So what is the joke there, by the way? That's just like a thing that happens in stores. That's literally just like a thing that happens in stores. What do you mean?
Bengi, if you need any other sizes, you please let me know, all right?
Okay.
There you go.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, how you doing?
Wait, what? What? So like, okay. Oh, okay, all right.
Great.
So they're doing, they're chopping the joke in half. Okay.
You with this?
Yeah, she's right over. Oh, she's not there. Did someone help you today? Yeah, Who was it?
You know, I don't see him.
Oh, that's okay. What did she look like?
She's dark hair. She was wearing a blazer.
Oh, yeah, all the girls are wearing blazers.
Do you know what he looks like?
Yeah, he is wearing like a vest, or like a plaid shirt. I feel like.
Okay, no. Like, so in this one here, the joke is explicitly like the white person doesn't want to say that it was a black woman, right? Oh, she was black, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's what the joke is supposed to be, but like, I'm not. Maybe this joke is gonna go a bit further. I don't know.
I don't know what everyone who works here wore today. If she had a favorite president, it would probably be Lincoln. Are there any other distinguishing features? I would guess he probably voted for Obama. I know I did.
Oh, okay, right. So basically, what you're saying is, right? So we got there in the end, and that was a racist joke, right? That was just like a racist joke that is like taking the piss out of racists, right? You know, one of the clips had Jordan Peele in it, and Jordan Peele is well known for like doing comedy about how white people can be racist. So he was clearly involved in the writing of that, which is fine. And I don't know the person in the other one, the black woman in the other one, but like, I don't know. Amy Schumer is clearly, if she's just wrote it on her own, she's wrote a joke about how white people can be racist in everyday situations, right? That's like a fucking joke that's been going on for like a while. Like multiple people have done that same joke in different formats all the time, right?
Began to pick up steam on YouTube. News article after news article was published calling Amy Schumer a joke thief, whilst others within the comedy space would come forward stating that Amy Schumer stealing jokes was discussed regularly behind the scenes.
Right, she's also got a team helping her, right?
Posts such as, is it just me or is Amy Schumer
just constantly getting things off Twitter and just being like da 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 da, like the fucking the music like da 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 da, right? Right, this is the thing. Dave Chappelle could do a full special of r/memes attack helicopter jokes, but this is a problem. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Like, this guy says nothing. He literally is saying nothing about Amy Schumer.
just not that funny, despite the fact that she has a terrible personality and steals half her jokes, prompting Amy to address the criticism in an Instagram post where she'd once again alleviate any personal responsibility by blaming the backlash on Reddit. Dear sweet misunderstood geniuses in the bowels of subreddit chat rooms, I've never stopped—
Which is extremely funny, by the way. That is actually extremely funny that she said that. So you're wrong. She is very funny on her own, because that is a funny thing to say, because pretty much everybody who is in the bowels of a subreddit thinks they are a misunderstood genius. Right? And the music sounds like it's a crime investigation. It's so ridiculous. It does. It's like a true crime podcast. Hey, Liz, how's it going?
Stolen a joke in my life, also going on the Jim Norton Advice Show before stating the following.
And I'm so careful. And none of these things had ever reached me. And I will literally take a polygraph, and I just would never do that. Like, that would be so stupid for me to do that.
Amy Schumer would have...
Right, okay, so like, there is a quote over there saying like, no, I've not done that. Chill the fuck out.
Eventually take a polygraph test for a Vanity Fair video, during which she was asked about stealing jokes.
Coming up with new material is difficult. Have you ever stolen a joke?
No.
Yes, she's telling the truth.
What about an idea for a sketch?
No.
An idea for a character?
No.
Let me rephrase. Have you ever taken inspiration for a joke from somebody else?
No.
Yet the video is edited in a bizarre way where she says no before it fails to include whether or not she was telling the truth.
So this guy's like, yeah, this one time where she did a polygraph test for Vanity Fair, and you know, it's literally right there that she like passes the polygraph test. Well, whether polygraphs are pseudoscience or not, he's literally framing it that polygraphs are real science. And then he's like, even though the video shows that she passes the polygraph test, I believe that it's edited a bit funny. And so she probably was lying. Like, it's just, what the fuck are you talking about?
Truth. The whole dilemma was certainly a point of debate, yet one joke which Amy Schumer definitely hadn't stolen was...
That could have been like the best evidence in the entire video. And it just was so shit. Extremely shit.
The joke made in front of Steve-O back in 2014 relating to the death of his friend Ryan Dunn.
And Steve-O is here. Steve-O, great try. Steve-O! But I truly am, no joke, sorry for the loss of your friend Ryan Dunn. I know you must have been thinking it could have been me, and I know we were all thinking, why wasn't it? Thank you.
Steve-O is always laughing. When he's not...
Like, okay, maybe a bit tasteless. Sure, that's fine. But again, it's literally just like, how many other people make jokes like that? And apparently they're fine to this guy. It's just straight up misogyny. It's straight up misogyny.
It's for real. Imagine being such a buzzkill that you kill Steve-O's vibe. Amy Schumer doesn't understand the concept of dark humor. She's got the dark, now she just needs to find the humor. What made this even worse was that her audience would eventually use this little zinger as an
No, they're literally saying like, she's got the dark and now she just needs to not be a woman. That's all they're saying. She's got the humor, now she just needs to not be a woman. That's what they're saying, really.
Example that Amy Schumer was able to dish out harsh jokes, but was unable to...
Wait, what was the symbol over the downvote? Let's have a look. What are we looking at? I can't see it, sorry. Tamed by the standards of those Comedy Central roasts, 10 out of 10 never watch. Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Use this little zinger as an example that Amy Schumer was able to dish out harsh jokes, but was unable to take them herself. What we're referring to is a tweet made in early 2016 by a 17-year-old movie critic who had posted a photo of himself with Amy Schumer, titled with a light-hearted comedic caption reading, "Spent the night with @Amy Schumer." Certainly not the first guy to write that,
Okay, but what you're talking about, dude, is like, oh god, this is just like weird, creepy, 17-year-old weirdo, right? Like a kid making a misogynistic joke. And it's like, yeah, if a weird fucking guy made a joke like about me like that, I would be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Also, yeah, back in 2016. These nerds who make these videos are always talking about how leftists bring up stuff from the past, bring up tweets from the past, right? But when they do it, it's fine. So you can take off free speech for me, not for thee. Because I think that kind of counts, right?
Referring to Amy often talking about the different guys she's been with during her shows. So if Amy thought it was appropriate to joke about Steve-O's recently deceased friend, surely she shouldn't have a problem with...
What do you mean recently? When was that? Was that in like 2008 when he died or some shit?
When making a little comment about the amount of
like 2000, I can't remember when it was.
Considering it's basically all she talks about within her shows. Well, Amy didn't take it all that lightly, replying to the 17-year-old fan by stating, "I get it, cause I'm a whore. Glad I took a photo with you. Hi to your dad." Others on—
What's wrong with that? What do you mean can't take a joke? Like, that's literally fine. She could have like, oh my god. She could have popped off way worse than that, dude. Way worse than that. Like, that's an extremely normal, like, standard misogyny. Here we go. You know, standard. These losers still bring up Ghostbusters 2016. Right, exactly. Yeah. Her not taking the joke is her just replying. Right, exactly. Exactly.
On Twitter would respond to what you might call Amy's inconsistent joke morals by stating, "That's the same type of joke Amy Schumer uses to keep her fame."
No, it isn't. And also, it's coming from a dude.
Suddenly that humor is off limits now, huh? LOL. Others would support Amy Schumer in tweets stating, "Thank you at Amy Schumer for holding him accountable and not just blowing it off." Yet the discourse—
Well, I mean, she didn't... Okay, this guy is also wrong. She didn't hold him accountable. There was nothing accountable going on there. This is just so, like, straw man, straw man, straw man. Is there a square for straw man? I don't know.
And contrast between these two different viewpoints really conclude how Amy Schumer became so hated. She used controversy and difference of opinion to grow her career whilst angering the entire world in the process.
Oh, would you look at that? The video is over. And there was literally nothing out of the mouth of Amy Schumer herself. Literally. Well, like a little bit, but like hardly any. I hate being right. I hate being right all the time. Anyway, gang. It's been an extremely good stream. Thank you so much for hanging out. Yeah, nothing of value was learned. Nothing of value was learned at all. It's funny because it's like, you know, there are still people out there who say things like, oh, it's important to hear right-wingers' viewpoints. And it's like, what do you mean? We've heard them all. They just like present them in different ways. And there it was again. Just like in a different way. Once again. Nothing new learned. They're still pieces of shit. You know? Aslan, you've been lurking till the end, you cheeky boy. Please go show some love to Aslan Silver, everybody. Alright, gang. We're gonna go and raid somebody now. Let's have a little look. See who is streaming. What is going on? What is going on? Who can we raid? I want to go and raid Toasty. Toasty from the Rage Club. She's bloody lovely. I think we've raided her before. You might recognize her. She is doing a React stream. I don't know what she's actually reacting to. TOTM and Kickstarter review. Don't know what that means, but never mind. We're going to go and find out. Come with me for the raid, gang. And I will see you all tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be doing more checking out of stuff, looking at things, reacting to them. That's how we do things over here on the Dr. Muel stream. Don't forget, VOD channel. There are lots of very, very cool VODs that you can check out on the VOD channel if you've been starved for Mule content because of yesterday, me not streaming and stuff. So go check out that one. You can see there, it's listed in the socials command. And thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for donating. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for raiding. Thank you for hosting. I don't think we had that many, but thank you for following today. Really appreciate it. And thank you just for being here, everybody. And take care of yourself. Mwah. Peace, 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 peace. Good night, good night, good night, good night. Shock starts to kick back. Hey, yo, it's mad in 2001. You need to get that and feel like you in the game playing for real. It's like royalty. So nil.